All right, let's call this meeting to order. Trustee Heading, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, thank you.
If everyone can stand up, please.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we're down to you, Mr. Corey.
Thank you. This evening we have three items under the fiscal officer, and that first one is the purchase orders in the amount of $59,473 with various departments. The next one is the payment by resolution, and that's resolution 2021-45. It is for one item out of various departments. And the last one is for supplemental appropriations, primarily around the Kingswood. Largest one there is for the Kings Mill area for the streets. If there's any questions, happy to take them.
I have none. I have no questions on these. Is there a motion for the purchase orders?
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase orders as presented.
Second.
You got a motion by Mr. Siciliano and a second by Ms. Heading to approve the purchase orders as presented. Ms. Malhotra?
Yes.
Ms. Heading?
Yes.
Mr. Siciliano?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And then is there a motion for resolution 2021-45?
I will go ahead and make a motion to approve resolution 2021-45.
Second.
You got a motion by Mr. Siciliano and a second by Ms. Heading to approve resolution number 2021-45, a resolution directing payment of township expenses, declaring an emergency, and dispensing with the second reading. Ms. Malhotra?
Yes.
Ms. Heading?
Yes.
Mr. Siciliano?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And is there a motion for our next resolution?
I'll go ahead and make a motion also for a resolution to approve resolution 2021-46.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Siciliano, a second by Ms. Heading to approve resolution 2021-46, a resolution approving supplemental appropriations for 2021, dispensing with the second reading and declaring an emergency. Ms. Malhotra?
Yes.
Ms. Heading?
Yes.
Mr. Siciliano?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? I have none.
I have none.
Do I have a motion for the consent?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Siciliano, a second by Ms. Heading to approve the consent agenda as presented. Ms. Malhotra?
Yes.
Ms. Heading?
Yes.
Mr. Siciliano?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. And that brings us down to our public hearing that we have. We continued hearing progress from last time, so we're going to, first I'll make a motion to reopen the public hearing that we continued in progress. Second.
We've got a motion by Ms. Malhotra, a second by Ms. Heading to open the public hearing in public hearing case number 2021-85. Ms. Malhotra?
Yes.
Ms. Heading?
Yes.
Mr. Siciliano?
Yes.
Okay, and so how this is going to go is we're going to have a quick, Haifa's going to give us a summary of the PowerPoint that she showed last time. Not the full thing, but just the highlights, since we were all here last time. And then we're going to open it up for the public. Well, is the developer going to?
Yep.
So then you guys can speak, and then we'll open up the public comment for everyone here who is for and against the development. If everyone who is going to speak tonight would be willing to stand up and get sworn in now, you can do that.
Thanks. And then I'll just swear everyone in, and just a reminder for those that perhaps weren't here the last time, when it does come your turn to speak, if you would do so from the podium, and then just provide your name, give your address, and confirm the fact that you've been sworn in. My apologies in advance when inevitably someone forgets, and I rudely interrupt you to get that. But with that said, go ahead. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And then one other point I'll also make is you can feel free to sit. It's like church where you forget to tell the people to sit down. We have all of the sign-in sheets for everyone that submitted one from the last meeting. If by chance you weren't here or for whatever reason didn't submit the sign-in sheet, feel free to run one up to me. I'll take care of that. But rest assured, if you submitted one last time, I've got it, and I'll call your name over time. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Just a minute, our batteries died.
things again. We're working on it, guys. That was There we go.
Thank you. Good evening. As you guys all heard, this is a continuing in progress case, that's public hearing from the trustees meetings that took place on August 3rd. And this case in front of you tonight again, case 2021-85. And this case and staff report was presented in its entirety on August 3rd, and today just a summary to what was presented at that meeting. The applicant is Silverman Company, and the property owner is Charlie and Bonnie Lawson, and total acreage is 17.5881, and the property is located at 6810 Tylersville Road, and is currently zoned residential single family. The application today is a request to rezone it to neighborhood business plant unit development. The applicant is proposing the 196 detached residential multi-family building and 3 commercial lots with a net density of 17.15 dwelling unit per acre, 3 commercial lots along Tylersville Road. Multifamily and commercial, 9 building for to house 196 dwelling unit, 2-story apartment not to exceed 35 feet in height, and it is mixed of 1-bedroom unit and 2-bedroom. Density is proposed as a gross density, as the applicant calculated gross, as we stated, it is the entire acreage of the land, while Deerfield Township zoning resolution require net density, which deducts 35% for infrastructure, roads, and easement, including 20% green open space. The main access to the development is of Tylersville Road. There will be stop to the property to the west, and there is emergency exit at the corner of Sunbury and Sunny Drive. Sidewalk are proposed around the development and along Tylersville Road. Deerfield Township require 2 parking spaces per unit, and it's provided with a total of 392 parking spaces, and it is distributed in garages and surface spaces, tandem garage, and 20 detached garage to the north. Landscape and buffering, 20% green open space is required, and 38.5 is provided, and the same 25% of that 20% supposedly to be active, and they are providing 48% for active open space. Landscape buffering, 70-foot landscape buffer is proposed along the north side abutting Rosemont South residential single family, with 6-foot privacy fence will be placed on the peak on the of the mound, the buffer with a mound of 6 feet. So it will totally will be 9 foot above existing ground. And this is a section of how would be the mound with the fence and the distance from the residential first resident to the north, and that until it get to the first building will be over 104 feet. The neighbor met with the development and requested a buffer along the building 9 and was provided to protect this residential single families that was recently built in February. There are 2 retention ponds proposed, one to the northwest and one to the southeast. And the buffers stop here, but there is a fence provided along this section of the pond to the north. And as stated, the access on Sunbury and Sunny Drive is for emergency use only. The elevation 2-story, not to exceed 35 feet, which is required for residential single family to keep the character of the area as a residential farmhouse style. The board is to debate and discuss this proposed development in light of Deerfield Township comprehensive plan, looking at adjacent land use in the surrounding, if there is any unique feature and characteristic of the land, and the quality and character of the proposed open space. From planning perspective, this development was designed sensitively to meet the requirement as stated in the PUD requirement for the preliminary site plan in Deerfield Township zoning resolution. And board action, there are 18 conditions as proposed in the staff report that was provided to you. That's conclude the presentation. Well, Sam Hill is here and myself will try to answer any question you may have.
Thank you. Sophie, do you have any questions that
I do actually. So there was a little confusion the past couple of meetings about on the staff report, page 14. Might you have that, my son?
Yes.
On page 14 in the first paragraph, where it says most of the proposed uses are permitted either by right or by specific standards in the neighborhood business district except for the multifamily. Do you have the same page I have?
Yes, I do.
Could you maybe expand on what that means? I've seen a lot of confusion around that statement.
That's a legitimate confusion.
It is.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's typo.
You think it's a typo?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sam, do you agree?
Multifamily is permitted with the condition that it's above commercial. So that's why that statement is in there. So it has to be, under straight zoning, it has to be above the first level of commercial.
So commercials on Tylersville, directly behind would be multifamily. That's what you're saying?
No.
So if it was straight neighborhood business zone, it would have to be like a first level store, second level, third level.
The only way
That's the
residential is permitted with commercial would be, stacking essentially. Yeah, mixed use building is what you would have to have under straight zoning. And there's a percentage that is capped for the residential component of any type of mixed use development based on the overall square footage of the building.
Well, the confusion comes that we went right to page 14. Yes, it seemed confusion, but if you go back to page 13, when it was explained that the current proposed use is for a horizontal of mixed use. Horizontal, which means not like what's required, like the first floor commercial and multifamily on top, or residential on top.
Okay, I think I got that. That question might come up again.
Yes, sorry, that's why I went to page
Yes.
and the whole thing makes sense.
Thank you, Haifa.
Thank you.
Okay, and then do we have a representative from Silverman?
Yes, thank you. My name's Ryan Silverman, Vice President of the Silverman Company, and I have been sworn in.
both of them for you, so you can use them.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Before I get started, I'd just like to take a few moments to introduce some other members of our team. We have Hal Silverman, President of Silverman & Company, with us tonight. Tim Burgoyne is our Director of Site Acquisition and Development. We have Michael Din with Market Foresight. Michael's one of the country's premier experts in housing demand analysis, demand forecasting for housing and feasibility. You'll be hearing from Michael a bit later in our presentation. We also have John Del Verne and Alex Besch with Bear Becker Engineers, and you'll be hearing from them a bit later as well. We're excited to be before you this evening to present our preliminary development plan and request for a Stage 1 zoning map amendment to allow for a new horizontally integrated mixed-use development in Deerfield Township. The proposed plan incorporates a mix of commercial and residential uses into a cohesive plan that will feature pedestrian-friendly infrastructure and plentiful open space. As we will demonstrate this evening, the proposed site plan is consistent with several of the development guidelines and goals stated in the Deerfield Township Comprehensive Plan Vision for 2035. We'll make mention of these consistencies throughout our presentation. Deerfield Township is currently in the process of updating its comprehensive plan via the Becoming Deerfield Initiative. The Becoming Deerfield Initiative's proposed land use designation for this particular site is Area B2, which recommends a mix of uses that will provide for gradual transition from Tylersville Road to the residential subdivision to the north, known as Rosemont South. As illustrated in our site plan, the proposed development is mixed use in nature, provides for a gradual step down in use intensity that incorporates sound planning principles and demonstrates consistency with the current pattern of development that's occurred along this portion of the Tylersville Road corridor. As you will see, the commercial component of our site is located along Tylersville Road, which is a major thoroughfare essentially connecting I-71 with I-75. So we're proposing 3 commercial buildings with a mix of uses that could consist of retail, restaurant, office space, and some medical uses as well. We also have the clubhouse building for the apartment community that will sit north of the commercial uses along Tylersville Road as well. The clubhouse will feature a slew of amenities that we'll touch on later, as well as leasing and management offices. The primary point of access for this development will be via a signalized access point at Tylersville Road and Fireside Drive. And then, as Haifa mentioned in her staff report, the Warren County Engineer's Office is requiring we provide a gated access point from this site to Thornberry Court. A gated access will be for emergency services vehicles only. As I mentioned, the commercial uses, as we head north, will step down and transition to 2-story multifamily buildings in the middle of the site, and then further transition to a very robust landscape buffer with mounding and a privacy fence near the northern border of the site. A landscaped mound will be approximately 70 feet wide and approximately 9 feet in height, with a 6-foot high privacy fence being installed on top of the mound. The proposed landscape mound is consistent with the transition section of the Vision for 2035 Comprehensive Plan, which states that landscape buffers, fences, and/or walls should be used between adjacent developments of different land uses. I mentioned earlier about the vehicular accessibility. I wanted to touch on the robust network of pedestrian infrastructure we're proposing to install throughout this development. As you can see, we have sidewalks throughout the entire development to promote pedestrian walkability for the residents here, to access various uses throughout the residential component, and also to be able to access the commercial buildings along Tylersville, and also get access to the sidewalk system that we will tie into that's already installed along portions of Tylersville Road. The foregoing will promote walkability and is consistent with the circulations and connections guideline within the Vision for 2035 Comprehensive Plan, which says that vehicular and pedestrian connectivity should be provided between existing and new developments to avoid creation of isolated islands of development. Initially, there was talk about connecting here. That was a concern of the residents, which we'll touch on later. And the Warren County Engineer's office simply said just we can gate it off and make it emergency access only. In terms of stormwater management, we'll have detention basins at both the southeast and northwest corners of the site. Here's a detention pond at the southeast corner of the site and another smaller one at the northwest corner of the site. The detention basin at the southeast corner of the site will have a walking trail around it that will tie into the rest of our pedestrian sidewalk system. We have provided for a very generous amount of open space on the site. The Deerfield Township PUD zoning regulations require 20% of open space, with 25% of that open space being designated as active. In terms of total open space on our proposed plan, we are far exceeding what is required, as we have provided total open space of approximately 6.76 acres, which is equal to 38.5% total open space, which is significantly higher than the 20% requirement, with 3.235 acres of that being designated as active open space, which is equal to 48% of the total open space being designated as active, which is significantly higher than the 25% requirement in the zoning code. The mixed-use nature of the proposed development, the overall site design, and the plentiful open space provided are all consistent with goal numbers 3 and 5 contained within the Vision for 2035 plan. Goal number 3 is identified as township identity and states, promote mixed-use plan development through community character and land use guidelines, and the zoning resolution to create neighborhoods with distinct identities. Goal number 5 is titled Parks and Open Space. It suggests to promote the retention of open space, which can be used for active and passive purposes in the private development process. The site layout, and as you will see next, the architecture, will both serve to create a unique sense of place with plentiful green space and walkability. Our vision for the multifamily component of the site is to create an architectural design that mimics high-end single-family homes currently seen in the region. We're proposing what's known as a farmhouse-style aesthetic that is inspired by current upscale single-family home designs. Examples of this style can be found throughout Deerfield Township, including several examples in the Kensington subdivision, which hosted Homerama in 2019. The next few slides just show some examples of farmhouse architecture within single-family home product that served as the inspiration for the design that we came up with for the multifamily buildings on our parcel. So there's an actual elevation of what we're proposing for the multifamily component. The high-quality architecture is consistent with the guideline within the Vision for 2035 comp plan that states development should reanalyze building materials and other similar features to ensure that projects function efficiently and effectively. As you can see, the buildings exhibit a farmhouse style of architecture, are 2 stories in height, and have pitched roofs. They were designed to mimic the look of a single-family home. We plan on incorporating 2 to 3 different color schemes in order to create an appropriate architectural rhythm throughout the site, and there's a few slides that show some of the proposed color combinations. The proposed architectural styling is consistent with the transitions guideline contained in the Vision for 2035 Comprehensive Plan, which states that infill new redevelopment projects should be compatible with existing or planned adjacent land uses in terms of size, height, scale, materials, and design elements. The image currently on the screen is actually a photorealistic digital image that was these are real wireframe models of our architectural drawings that were then superimposed on drone aerial photography. So you could really get a sense for what this development's going to look like in the real world, not just on a flat elevation drawing. I think this rendering, while it's a little bit outdated because this is from the original site plan that we submitted back in early in the year, which shows 30 townhomes along the northern property line, which we'll talk about later. We've actually eliminated those to create a larger buffer. But I think if you look at the middle of the site and the commercial uses along Tylersville, they blend in very well with the existing uses. The buildings are 2 stories in height and have pitched roofs, which are similar to the single-family homes located to the north. And then the commercial buildings are very similar to the commercial uses that you see along Tylersville Road, both east and west of this site. As I mentioned, we have made some changes to the site plan, which we'll summarize later. But I'd like to point out that while this image includes conceptual architectural renderings for the commercial portion of the site, we would bring in actual commercial renderings, or actual renderings for the commercial uses at the stage 2. At the stage 2, for stage 2 zoning commission approval, while for multifamily we can develop elevations and we know exactly who our target market is. With commercial uses, it's different because often the design of a commercial building is user driven, it's market driven. So these are just conceptual, what the buildings could look like, but ultimately the users that would be attracted to the site will have some influence on the architectural aesthetic of these buildings. The nature of commercial development, as I mentioned, is user driven. We're already seeing significant interest from commercial uses for this location, and we're very confident that the commercial space we're proposing along Tylersville Road will fill very quickly, given the site's visibility along Tylersville, convenient access and pedestrian-friendly mixed-use design that will allow for pedestrian access, and the signalized access point on Tylersville Road will allow for very easy and convenient vehicular access. The apartment homes we're proposing on the site will be designed to appeal to both working professionals and empty nesters who are renters by choice and demand a maintenance-free lifestyle that apartment living provides. Our plans call for a mix of both 1 and 2 bedroom floor plans. The 1 bedroom floor plans would generally range in size from 775 to 930 square feet with a rent range of $1,250 to $1,400 a month. While the 2 bedroom floor plans, all the 2 bedroom floor plans also have 2 full bathrooms. Those generally would range in size from 1,130 to 1,250 square feet with a rent range of approximately $1,675 to $1,850 per month. We've developed 2 other high-end apartment communities in Deerfield Township over the last few years, and we've found that empty nesters find our 2 bedroom floor plans very attractive. We expect similar demand levels from empty nesters at this community, which is consistent with goal number 7 of the Vision for 2035 plan called Housing Quality and Diversity. Goal number 7 states that new development should promote housing types that are attractive for older adults in close proximity to groceries, retail, and healthcare facilities to increase mobility options outside of auto dependency. The residential component of this development will provide an attractive housing alternative for empty nesters who are renters by choice and who wish to downsize into a housing choice that is 100% maintenance free. The pedestrian infrastructure that will be provided within our development will connect to adjacent pedestrian infrastructure that will provide walkability to retail, restaurant, and several healthcare uses, including a pharmacy. Each apartment home will feature 9-foot ceilings throughout, quartz or granite countertops in every kitchen and bathroom, stainless steel appliances, LED lighting, washers and dryers. Many apartment communities only come equipped with the hookups, but we actually provide a full-size washer and dryer in every home within our communities. The apartment community will be fully amenitized and professionally managed with a clubhouse that will feature on-site leasing and management offices, a resident lounge, game room, co-working space, conference room, state-of-the-art fitness center, pet spa, complimentary Wi-Fi, and coffee bar. Some of the outdoor amenities that will be included throughout the site are the aforementioned robust amount of green space, a dog park, resort-style pool, fire pit, gaming lawn, and outdoor gathering spaces. It's one thing to tell you how nice the residential component of the proposed development will be, but we'd like to show you some pictures from 2 other high-end apartment communities that we've developed in Deerfield Township over the past few years. I'm confident these photos will effectively illustrate the high-quality development we're proposing to build on this site. In each case, we took architectural cues from surrounding development to arrive at an appropriate architectural treatment. So while the exterior architectural styling of these 2 communities is very different than what we were proposing on Tylersville Road, the interior finishes, floor plans, and amenities at the proposed development will be very similar to those found at these other communities. This first photo on the screen is one of our buildings at 1 Deerfield. You can see it's a different style than what we're proposing at Tylersville, but this blends in with some of the buildings located in close proximity, some of the uses located in close proximity to 1 Deerfield. I'll flip through these quickly. That's a photo of our leasing lounge and leasing lobby at 1 Deerfield. There's a photo of the resident lounge space and game room. That's our library, which we call our co-working space, our library. It's a great space for residents to work and collaborate, leveraging off of our high-speed complementary Wi-Fi and plentiful USB ports throughout that space. There's a photo of the main lobby of the building. Here's a photo of some of our outdoor amenities. That's our wine and beer garden at 1 Deerfield. This is our fitness center lounge. So our fitness center actually has its own lounge where we provide complimentary bottles of water and juices for our residents. There's our fitness center. It's a very typical kitchen. At 1 Deerfield, you can see the quartz countertops, 42-inch wall cabinets, high-end LED pendant lighting. This is a typical master bedroom, one of our 2-bedroom units. All of our 2-bedroom units come with a double bowl master vanity, which is a really nice feature. All of our bedroom sizes are generous and allow for king-size beds. It's not a very exciting photo, but shows just the very generous amount of closet space that we provide in our bedrooms. Closet space is actually very, very important, although not too exciting. It's something that's very important to our residents. It's a photo of laundry room. These next slides that's an exterior photo of the Grandstone. Grandstone, once again, is in a different part of the township. We took cues from the surroundings to arrive at an appropriate architectural treatment. This is much more traditional than what we're proposing at Tylersville Road. There's a photo of our pool. It's a great space that our residents love. There's a photo of a dog park, the resident lounge at the Grandstone. This is green space, courtyard between 2 of the buildings at the Grandstone. It's a great space for our residents to relax, socialize, hang out. Throughout this process, we have listened to many concerns from neighbors. We reached out to the Rosemont South Homeowners Association in March to schedule an informal. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it in a face-to-face fashion, but it was done via Zoom on March 29th, and we invited, gave a brief overview of what we're proposing and invited residents of Rosemont South or any other nearby subdivisions to ask us questions. We also heard additional concerns from residents that were voiced during the 3 zoning commission meetings. One of the first concerns we heard was traffic. I'd like to point out that we've engaged Bear Becker engineers to complete a traffic impact study. That traffic impact study has been completed and submitted to the Warren County Engineers Office. It's been reviewed and approved by the Warren County Engineers Office. And we, as the applicant, would be required to make any traffic improvements per Warren County Engineers Office requirements. It's also important to note that apartments do generate less peak traffic impact than retail, restaurant, or office space. Another neighbor concern that we heard initially was schools. It's important to note that the proposed apartments will be very similar, although wrapped up in a different package. They'll be very similar to what we built at the Grandstone and One Deerfield. Both of those communities, as well as this community, are designed to appeal to renters by choice who are typically working professionals or empty nesters. So we find that the impact of schools from the Grandstone and One Deerfield has been very minimal, as further illustrated by this slide. The Urban Land Institute, in conjunction with the National Multi-Housing Council and the Sierra Club, along with the American Institute of Architects, published a study called High Density Development Myth and Fact. The study concluded that single-family homes average 64 children per 100 units, while apartments average 21 children per 100 units. Apartments generate real estate tax revenue for local school districts while generating very little additional demand on schools. This evidence is further supported by the fact that very few children live at the Grandstone and One Deerfield, and both communities have rates of children per 100 units that are significantly below the national averages reported. So the Grandstone, at last check, was just under 7 per 100 units, and One Deerfield was only at approximately 2.91 children per 100 units. So these two developments generate significant amount of tax revenue for local schools without providing much in the way of any additional burden. Another neighbor concern we heard was property values. There's another study that was commissioned by the National Association of Home Builders that found the value of single-family homes within 300 feet of a multifamily community increased 2.9% per year, compared with value of single-family homes not near a multifamily community increasing at only 2.7% per year. The study concluded the possible reasons for this are that new apartments are an indicator that an area's economy is vibrant and growing. I think that's certainly the case in Deerfield Township. Multifamily housing may increase the pool of potential future home buyers, creating more demand for homes. I'll touch on that again in a moment. A new multifamily, especially as part of mixed use, often makes an area more attractive than other communities that have fewer housing and retail choices. I just want to touch for a moment that we find and have found at the Grandstone and One Deerfield that they contribute very positively to what Michael Dinn and I call the circulation of housing. So we've had many people move into the Grandstone. It's a little older than One Deerfield. It has a 5.5-year, almost 6-year operating history. People that move in, maybe they work for Procter & Gamble, maybe they work for Luxottica, maybe they work for Cintas, Intelligrated, you name it, any of the area employers, and they might be single at the time, they're working professionals, and maybe they find a significant other during their time living at the Grandstone, and then eventually they might have a child, and they've then outgrown the apartment. And when somebody moves out, they have to provide a form to us called a notice of intent to move out, and on that form they state their forwarding address so we can return their security deposit. And we find that a significant percentage of the time those folks are buying a home with a Mason, Ohio mailing address, which means it could be Deerfield Township, it could be Mason, but it's in the area, and many of those are in Deerfield Township, some are in Mason. But the point is, these folks are choosing for their many of their first time living in this area to live in an apartment. They love living here. They see the great community that Deerfield is and all the amenities and all the community amenities, but also the amenities in terms of shopping and retail and restaurants and park space like Cattell. And then, when they're ready to purchase, they're keeping their roots in the area. So I think that's speaks volumes. It's also important to note that the newest section of Beacon Hill, which is the townhome condominium community along Wilkins Boulevard, the last section of that is located at the intersection of Parkway Drive and Wilkins Boulevard. And One Deerfield commenced construction during the third quarter of 2018. And that's also when Beacon Hill was finishing their last phase. I think it's important to note from this slide the number of sales of condominiums at Beacon Hill that occurred after One Deerfield commenced construction. I know these footnotes at the bottom are hard to read. There were actually three sales that actually sold while One Deerfield was under construction, and then sold subsequently when One Deerfield was even further under construction. And those 3 sales all sold for more after One Deerfield started construction than they did prior to One Deerfield starting construction. So I think that also speaks in a positive way about some of the concerns that we heard, and that living near rental housing options does not have a negative impact on property values. Another concern we heard was safety. I think it's, once again, it's important to note the operating history of the Grandstone and also the newer operating history of One Deerfield, but they're both very quiet and extremely well-maintained communities, and each has been a very positive addition to Deerfield Township. Both the Grandstone and One Deerfield are adjacent to owner-occupied homes. It's important to note that all of our residents undergo stringent credit and criminal background screening. And it's important to remember that our residents are making a lifestyle decision to not own for many reasons, including busy careers and a desire for a maintenance-free living experience. There have also been some studies done on studies that compare crime rates in single-family homes versus crime rates in apartments. The most well-known study was conducted by the Arizona Multifamily Housing Association and concluded that the perception of more crime around apartment communities many times comes from the practice of reporting crime statistics by address. For example, an apartment community with 100 units at the same address, so it might be the same street address, but each unit has each apartment home within the community has its own unit number. But they may be reported as several incidences at the same address, when it might just be that you've got 100 homes at one address. The study concluded that when police data is analyzed on a per unit basis instead of a per address basis, the rate of police activity in apartment communities is no worse than single family subdivisions, and in many cases is lower than single family residential areas. At this point, I'd like to introduce Michael Dinn. As I mentioned earlier, Michael is with Market Foresight, and he's going to share a few of his conclusions regarding demand for the proposed development.
It is a new computer, we have to take off this.
Thank you. Good. Let's try it out. There it goes. How do I get it over there?
Is that PowerPoint or is that,
It's PDF.
you're gonna have to take it over to the other screen, like, well, that's a PDF, that's not a PowerPoint.
Okay.
Sam is not cooperating with me.
Excuse me, let me go ahead.
Thanks.
There we go.
Okay.
Is this yours or this one?
That one.
This one. This right here?
Mm-hmm. That's it.
There you go.
Great, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Michael Dinn. I'm the principal of Market Foresight. My address is 124 Garrett Street in Covington, Kentucky, 41011, and I've been previously sworn in. Good evening.
I've been serving your township for well over 10 years. I've been an advisor to the other projects mentioned this evening, the Grandstone at One Deerfield. I've been serving teams and civic leadership like yours for 21 years now. I'm currently looking at projects in Mason, Lebanon, Blue Ash, and Westchester. I've served of late the cities of Hamilton and Middletown. I just want to establish a level of trust in who I represent. I represent you, your neighbors, your future, and as an expert, I deal in data and experience. The result of that is that our household has changed, forced in part by the downturn in 2007, financial crisis 2008 through about 2010. And that downturn revealed that we had uncovered a brand new household throughout our region. An affluent upscale renter by choice. We'll come back to that phrase a little bit. Then we had the 14-month pandemic to really put a punctuation point on that. Working from home, being huddled in. Our home was our office, it was our place of worship, it was our classroom. Got a few slides here, probably too many for tonight. I start this assessment like the hundreds of others that I've done, and the blue pin you see is the site. And I create for the township, the surrounding neighborhoods, some trade areas for your neighbors. The red area you see is a 9-minute drive in any direction from the site. The green ring you see is an additional 6 minutes of area we can influence. It's just kind of where I start, looking at the profiles. Now, I subscribe to all the demographics that you've all seen before, and I have all these tables here, and I started to learn the language, but I don't rest on them very often. It turns out that my value that I've learned over the years is to, before I get into the housing stock and square footage and 2 bedrooms and granite countertops, I want to take the time to learn who's behind the front door in your township. Not just by a census number, not just by income or age. And there's a service I employ using market segmentation. It's called Tapestry by ESRI, another license that I have. And I've used this for many, many years. What I found is that when you can combine deep data, not just census data, but school records, voting records, credit card usage, travel, internet, you can paint a picture anywhere in the country in your neighborhood, the kind of lifestyle who's behind that front door. Now this service provides 67 different segments. They'll have goofy names like Bright Young Professionals. But I use this because it helps me help you understand who's nearby. What's happened since the pandemic, perhaps? What's happened since the downturn? What's happened in the last 20 years? Within that 9-minute drive today are 30,000 households and 7,227, by measure, rental households. 1 out of 4 of the households in that red area are renters, and they rent something. They might rent a house, they might rent your condo, they might be in an old duplex, they might live in a duplex and rent out the other side. We'll get into housing stock in a moment. In that green ring, a little further out, an area of influence, are twice the number of renters, almost 15,000. That just describes a depth of market. And when I brief clients like the Silverman Company, they want to first understand what's the character and depth of the people we're going to serve before we think about land price and zoning and square footage. And we did that for this one. I was available for the Grandstone and for One Deerfield. And when you start the language this way, what happens is you begin to erase some of the old attitudes, the old stigmas about renters. The cries of low income, of higher crime, of lower values, can quickly be countered by significant data that describes who these householders really are. The reality is today that we have a very valued householder that chooses to rent. It's not about income. It's usually about a smaller family size, and in almost every case it's about mobility. I'm going to be here for 2 years. If I choose to stay, as Ryan very eloquently said, that the probability of now then buying close by in your township because of the existing rents is very high. We say renter by choice because, in fact, and I have details later if you wish, the renters we're talking about starting at $1,200, $1,300, $1,400 a month can afford to buy the vast majority of houses here in Deerfield Township, as long as they have the down payment, of course. But in terms of that rent, they choose to be here as a renter, not because of their income, because their connection. So now I'm going to represent you. I've got a few more slides to discuss. Represent your household, your constituents, and frankly, I want to represent the 196 households who can't be here tonight because they don't yet live here. My job for the clients of you tonight is to measure this accurately. Some of the segments deal with people you understand. One of the segments I looked at was called enterprising professionals. They're throughout the township. They look like the young couple there. They like attached housing here, so it looks like our applicants' housing. And throughout the nation, they're about a median age, half above and half below of 35 years old, about 2.48 in household size. They don't yet have children. And they don't yet have a mouse that works. There we go. I found the adjacent households fit this profile quite easily. About half of them choose to rent their home. And I found these in great numbers around the site in your township. They're not found everywhere. They're found in, by dots there. You can see in the West Coast, over in New England, down in Atlanta, Columbus, Cincinnati. This slide just shows in that same perimeter area that these two neighborhoods, one just south of the site, the majority of all the householders in there are these enterprising professionals. What I do with this in terms of metrics, this is where numbers offer some clarity, is for all the segments I can find, I do some math and I create a table that measures demand. I look at their lifestyle. I look at a threshold income of, say, $1,200, and I'll turn to my client or I'll turn to the Board of Trustees and say, by conservative measure, nearby, we have found a few thousand by lifestyle, they're existing renters, and they have the income to afford $1,400 more a month. Lenders and underwriters use this, development teams, even the architects use this. On the supply side, I mentioned who rents nearby, 7,500 folks. Let me show you in an area by that blue shade, which covers pretty much all of that core area of 9 minutes. Maybe kind of hard to see, but the vast majority of rental housing stock are scaled apartments, older apartments, over 200 units. Big, vast, they all look the same. There's a small share of rental homes and detached homes, condos, and so on. I can show you where they are. What jumps out at me as I see this plot, all the symbology you see are scaled multifamily. The red dots are those that are coming, they're in development right now. Is in the crossroads of your township, in a connector between the two, there's no place to land. It's in this corridor. I'm not sure you can see my cursor. Corridor down to the south, where my client's been. It's over towards Mason. A lot going on over here near Union Center, over in Butler County, and a little bit further north by Liberty. All the players, many of these developers are my clients. I can also plot for you rental condominiums and pockets of condo projects where the absentee owner is now renting you their condominium. All this is meant to do on the supply side is try and balance. If I find 7,500 renters, I want to find 7,500 occupied rental housing stock and see where the unmet demand is. Just for fun there, all those red dots are rental detached homes in and around your township. May be hard to see, and in fact hard for me to see. But from there, one of the key intersections I offer any development team, any planning director, politician, or lender is the opportunity that lies ahead for a new development. Here, for those that can afford over $1,400 a month, I found over 5,000 target renters in the core market. I found only about 2,800 scaled apartments at those rents or higher. In fact, if I count only new projects, it's only about 1,600. And you're going to ask me, well, what are they renting? There's two answers. One is they couldn't find the right apartment that's close to them, so they'll rent a house, so they'll rent your old condo. But by and large, what mostly happens is these very deserving households that want to be in your township, that probably have come from the township, and create that rotation that Ryan talked about, is they've settled. They could afford $1,400 a month easily, but the best apartment they could find was $1,150, so that's what they're renting. And when you think about it, the risk horizon for those families and households is only 12 months. Upscale renters are the most liquid residents and fuel for property values and new development in our country. And in terms of detail, because I want to serve you on an ongoing basis, I provide a proprietary study to my client. I'd be available with their consent to show you more detail about this, especially as their designs evolve. But we can zoom down to the driveway level. The site is over here down, you can see the neighborhoods and the folks that have been here. Notice that just northeast of the site is a condominium community where there's a lot of absentee-owned rental condos. Always wanted to be an architect. I served some time in the Navy before and then got involved in this, but I just like architecture. I get to sit in the room often with their designers and say, that really fits the fabric. That has really a lot of appeal. You can charge more for that. They love hearing me say that. I find that this approach, the examples they used, the architecture and the massing of the building to be cutting edge for all the developments that I got to serve. What questions would you have of me?
Any questions? I don't think we have any for you right now.
Well, let me make myself available either throughout this hearing or later as allowed to speak for your market, the competition, and what has been clearly measured as an unmet demand for these kind of rental units in your township. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This mouse is working.
Thank you, Michael. How do we get ours? Back up.
Would you go back to your PowerPoint deck?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hit the X, there you go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Michael, for that excellent information. The site plan that's currently on the screen shows the original site plan that we submitted back in January or February. As you can see, this site plan included 30 two-story, 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhomes near the northern property line and a smaller buffer zone behind it. I'd like to talk about some of the changes and revisions that we made to the site plan as we've continued to listen to feedback from our neighbors. We removed these 30 townhomes along the northern property line, and that resulted in a decrease from 216 homes to 196 homes, and an overall bedroom count decrease of 70. The other thing on the original site plan, because it was a PUD, we were requesting a variance on parking. So Deerfield Township zoning code for multifamily requires 2 parking spaces per residential unit, irrespective of unit type. So irrespective of it being a 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom, the Deerfield Township zoning code requires 2 spaces per unit. So when we did the Grandstone, or developed the Grandstone, that's 122 units, and we have two parking spaces per unit, and we are way over parked there. We've done studies when we're at full occupancy, and we're effectively parking at 1.35 to 1.4 spaces per unit. Same thing at One Deerfield. One Deerfield, we were granted a variance. We're about 1.6 spaces per unit at One Deerfield, and we've done the same kind of study there, and we're right in with a 1.35 to 1.4 spaces per unit, which equates to less than 1 space per bedroom. So when we came in with this original plan, we were at about 1.8, 1.85 spaces per unit is what we were requesting, and we did hear concerns from neighbors that, you know, they were concerned that we didn't have enough parking. We did. We had plenty of parking, but just belt and suspenders, we decided to go back and revise the plan, and we were able to get rid of the townhomes in the back and do some other things, and we now have 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So we have plenty of parking. That's just on the residential component. Of course, for each commercial outlot, when we bring those in for stage 2, depending on the uses that sort of show up to the dance, so to speak, we would have the part, you know, if we've got a couple restaurants on one outlot, then we might need more parking. If we've got a medical use on another one, we might need less parking. But those, of course, would be brought in, and the parking for those would be, the zoning commission would have a chance to scrutinize that during the stage 2 approval process. As I mentioned earlier, we spent a lot of time this evening talking about the multifamily component. That's because we know exactly who our market is. We have experience with this product type, and we're able to, knowing who our target market is, design a unit mix and design an architectural aesthetic that we know is going to strike a very positive chord with our target market. Commercial, we're every bit as excited about the commercial uses out along Tylersville as we are the residential component, but it's a different paradigm in commercial development, and in retail in particular, it's really user driven. So we've already had some very positive conversations with medical uses and restaurant uses, and as this progresses, we're very confident that this will be very high demand space, as I mentioned earlier, given the accessibility, given the pedestrian walkability, given its prominence on Tylersville Road, given the fact that retailers and restaurants love it when you've got a captive audience on site. In this case, 196 homes directly behind it. That's a captive audience that can walk to you on a daily basis to support your business. So, one of the other site plan revisions that we made, when we were showing the 30 townhomes, we had a buffer zone that was about 44 feet wide with a 6-foot high mound. By eliminating these townhomes, which if you look at the current site plan that's before you this evening, by eliminating those 30 townhomes, we're now able to increase the width of the buffer from 44 feet to 100 feet and increase the mound height from 6 feet to 9 feet. And as mentioned earlier, we're proposing to install a 6-foot privacy fence on top of the mound. And of course, we'd have plantings on the mound as well to provide a nice natural buffer. With these changes, let me get this on the screen. Okay. With these changes, we're now able to achieve the following distances. So the distance from the back, one thing I forgot to mention, when we got rid of the 30, when we eliminated the 30 townhomes and increased the buffer and the buffer width and increased the mound height, we added 20 detached garage structures along near the northern property line, but south of the buffer. So you can see those proposed structures there. We're proposing 20 of those, and those you can see those on your site plan. But now when you look at the distance from the back of the proposed detached garages to the property line, we're at 104 feet. When you look at the distance from the back of the detached garages to the nearest house, it's 177 feet. When you look at the distance from the nearest dwelling units to the nearest house, it's approximately 259 feet. And as mentioned earlier with these changes, we've also significantly increased our open space acreage and our active open space acreage as well. At one of the zoning commission meetings, I believe it was a Rosemont South subdivision resident referenced the typical distance between the houses right here on the east side of Sunny Drive. So the distance between the back of these houses to the west side of the condominiums on Clearwater Drive. So as can be seen from this side, we took a representative measurement. The distance from the homes on the east side of Sunny Drive, the back of those homes, to the multifamily units to the east is approximately 215 feet. So by eliminating the townhomes, we now have a distance from the north side of our multifamily dwelling units to the south side of the homes on Grandstone Way of approximately 259 feet, which is 44 feet longer than this distance. So we've exceeded the comparable distance that is kind of on the ground today between the east side of the Sunny Drive home, the Sunny Drive homes, and the west side of the multifamily along Clearwater Drive. As I mentioned a moment ago, we've now increased the width of the buffer to 100 feet, and now the mound that we're proposing is 70 feet wide. Once again, 6-foot high privacy fence on top of the mound for a total peak height of 15 feet. And we're proposing to plant evergreens on the north side of the mound. We also heard safety concerns from residents relative to the detention pond located here at the northwest corner of the site. In response to those safety concerns, we proposed to install a privacy fence north of the pond and on this 45-degree angle heading southwest. And then here on our property, we're proposing to install a 4-foot high black aluminum fence. So the pond, to address safety concerns, would be completely fenced in. The other concern that we heard, and we didn't hear this one really until the right before the last meeting, was residents expressed a concern that the mound here, so the 70-foot wide mound, didn't extend all the way to our western property line. And the reason that it's difficult to do that is because this detention pond needs to be in this location. We've had Bear Becker, we've taken the last couple of weeks to have Bear Becker, our civil engineer, do some further study on the grades and the volumes required on that pond. I'm actually going to invite John Delverne, who's a principal with Bear Becker, to come up and speak to you a little bit about this pond, about the size of it, and some ideas we have to provide a buffer between the north side of this pond and the residents to the north. So, John? So the next 3 slides are really, and then there's one more after that that shows you the cross section. Okay.
Good evening. Again, John Delverne with Bear Becker, 6900 Tylersville Road, Mason, Ohio, 45040. I have been sworn in. Yeah, I'd like to, as Ryan has mentioned, I'd like to share some information about the stormwater management program for the project. I have advanced some study of the grades and the stormwater analysis. Basically, an effort to confirm that what we're showing on the conceptual PUD plan is realistic. So basically, we'll start with the drainage area, and it's a little hard to see unfortunately, see the existing topography on this site. But that's what I start with. There are actually two distinct drainage areas that the project will drain to. The ridge line, high point of the site, really kind of runs like this. So everything south and east drains to Tylersville Road into the roadside ditch, ends up in a culvert at the east property line here and heads east. Everything north and west of this ridge line heads north and ends up in a culvert in Rosemont. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 right here. It's dashed in there. It's hard for me to see from here. But a 48-inch culvert pipe that extends into Rosemont. Not only is it's about 7 acres here that drains that way, and the other 10.5 drains this way. In addition to that 48-inch, that tributary to that 48-inch culvert pipe is really a large part of this parcel, remaining parcel to the west. It all drains north and runs along the rear property line and ends up in this 48-inch culvert. So logically, we have our two drainage outlets. One of our goals when we're designing sites is to maintain the pre-developed drainage sheds, try to mimic those in the post-developed as best as we can. We don't always get it exact, but we get it pretty close. So to do that, we need to put a detention basin close to the outlet here. Can't be up here on the high ridge. It's got to be here. At the low spots, we can capture as much of our development as possible so we can control that stormwater rate that we release to the downstream system. Same here. We've got our outlet point here. We've got the detention basin located primarily in the low spot of the site. The stormwater basins are required by Warren County and the Ohio EPA. There are two separate requirements. We usually address both of them in a detention or retention basin. Warren County stormwater regulations primarily focus on flood control. So we're looking at larger storm events to control the release from those events, usually 1-year storms to like a 100-year storm event. And then the Ohio EPA focuses on water quality. So we're talking about more frequent storm events and smaller storm events than the ones that we look at for flood control. So we kind of, like it said, we accommodate both of those in the stormwater basins. So this is really where these basins are necessary by regulation. I think any development that would increase or add impervious area to the site would require stormwater basins. And I would think even a different plan, you would see a stormwater basin in this location and a second one here. And that's the right way to design the stormwater program for the site. Let's see if I can go to the next slide here. These are just some blow-ups of the two basins. This is the one in the northwest corner. I just have some more detail on the one in the southeast corner. Both basins have about the same ponding depth between the normal pool. They are wet basins. Between the normal pool, and it's not raining, elevation and the 100-year elevation, about a little over 5 feet each of stormwater depth. The good news is my preliminary analysis really confirms the sizes and the footprints that are shown on the conceptual PUD plan. It's about the right size, very similar in footprint. The footprint of the water shifts a little bit because you have to accommodate grades to create a berm, to create the impoundment. So it may shift a little bit, but it's really very consistent with the conceptual PUD site plan. And as Ryan had mentioned, there were some concerns about sightlines in the northwest corner where the large buffer mound here has to terminate so we can construct a detention basin at this location. So we decided to do a cross-section there. The cross-section is plotted along this red line, so that's what you see down below. It's a slice along the red line looking west. So for example, for reference, this is our north property line for the project. That property line is represented right here by this dashed line. Center line of that drive aisle right here. Center line of the drive aisle here. In between the center line and the north property line is our detention basin. It's the low area. It's the low area between these two lines. Right here represents our detention basin. And then to the right of that is our berm that we're using to create the impoundment. The top of that berm is at an elevation of 874.3 based on the preliminary analysis. If you compare that with the elevation at the property line of 860, I think it was 868, it's about a little over 6 foot, called 6.3 feet in height. So to supplement that screen at that location, we proposed to put a fence on top of the berm. And that fence is shown. You can see as it comes down, the larger mound comes down, meets our detention basin, and we just run it right around here in that area, right on top of the berm. So I show an 8-foot high fence on the berm on this particular graphic, which would give you a little over a 14-foot screen from the elevation at the property line to the top of the fence. So with that, those are basically my comments with regards to stormwater. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Excuse me, John.
Yes.
It's been brought up that in 2014, the detention hall was in a different location for a prior development, and I wonder if you know anything about that, or if you could speak to maybe theirs was in the wrong place or the right place for that time, or
So
it was more in the middle of this property.
Well,
like down the.
So it was a prior concept plan that did not move forward. It wasn't ours. Okay. You know, the culvert pipe is right here. So this is the inlet of it, and the storm sewer system runs downhill to the north and through the development. I mean, I could see potentially this pond moving east a little bit. You know, if I had it centered right on top of that culvert pipe, that could be one solution, right? But I don't see it moving south, for example, because now you're moving uphill. And it really needs, the water needs to drain downhill to capture all of the water. Otherwise, now you're bringing water uphill and then trying to take it back downhill, and it gets very difficult. I would say I haven't done it before, but it becomes very difficult and very tricky, and there's usually some sort of compromise in the design if you have to do that. So I can see it moving maybe a little bit east, but I don't see it moving. I don't see it moving south.
How does adding in the 9-foot tall berm of planting, how does that affect the way the water's flowing? Because wouldn't that affect, I mean, that would essentially change if we were to build that mound all the way across. That would change where the low point and the high point of land would be, right?
Right. Well, as far as the mound here, right now the water, if the high point's down here somewhere, the water just sheds this way. Nothing impedes it, right? It's all downhill from south to north. When we put the mound in, what's going to happen is the top of the mound, that water's going to shed off into the rear yards here, but everything south of that mound is going to come back to our storm sewer system and pipe into the basin. So it's actually going to help us collect, maintain, keep water on the site so we can treat it and store it in our detention basin.
But I mean, if we're already moving dirt around,
Right.
We can create like a new low area. Just because I'm concerned that, first of all, like where that is, and looking at your drawing here,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people's headlights are going to be coming in because it's uphill where the road is from where these people's houses are. I feel like headlights are becoming right in their back, into their bedroom windows, like just out of their backyard.
Yeah, headlights aren't usually focused up and out. They're usually focused out and down a little bit.
Right, but that's right across from where the entrance is. So cars are going to be coming in all night,
Right.
and they're down. And so
Right.
I imagine where you see the road line, you can see the road, and that's the car. It goes straight. It looks like it goes straight across into there.
So just from a grading perspective, the ridge line's down here somewhere, right? And we're going to probably mimic that with our proposed grade. So we're going to be in a downward trajectory as this roadway will be falling down. So it's not like they're coming up a hill and shining lights up. They're going to be shining lights down. Typically screening requirements for all parking lots for headlights, 30 inches, I would say. We're going to have a fence that's going to be, top of that's going to be roughly 882, I believe. We're at probably 75-ish. That's an average grade. Might be even lower here. Might be closer to 74. So we're going to be 5-6 feet, easily 7 feet, easily below the top of our screen here. So I just don't see that as an issue. If anything, I think we're helping the situation out here.
So if we come back to the retention pond, if we get kind of to what Mr. Malinger was saying, if you were to extend that berm all the way to the property line, wouldn't that then funnel the water back down into the pond if you were to lower that? And then still be able to have that berm, and then the water to the north would go to the drainage, and to the south it would funnel then into a pond if you were to move it, say, south a little bit in terms of that grade, because you'd have that high berm.
Right.
Would that funnel that down into that area, and then you wouldn't have to necessarily worry about where it's going and trying to pump it back.
Right. I think the problem with that is the footprint of that mound is very large. And I looked at trying to get a basin in this location, and it just isn't possible. It's just too, without sacrificing a major portion of the plan, it's not feasible. One of the previous sections that was shown earlier, shows that mound pretty uniform. Well, the problem is, grades on this side are a few feet higher than they are here. So at 3-to-1 slope, you've got more slope to get to the peak. So you need more run on the north side to get to the peak. So it pushes the mound, further south than maybe what that shows. That simple section shows. So just the footprint of it, to create the top of that mound where it's shown here, the footprint of it just totally wipes out my detention basin. And you can see if you extend these contours straight through, and then come back down to the bottom, I might have a ditch here, and there just won't be any storage volume there. I firmly believe this is the place the pond needs to go. And I think it'll function very well at that location.
Looking at the contours that I can see on that map, I mean, they kind of go towards like the southeast, almost. So, I mean, if we have to lose some parking lot, we already said we have more parking spaces than we really need. That could be something that we give up for the sake of being able to extend this mound. If we can move that south a little bit and follow the contours into the kind of where that parking lot is. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think when you start to move this infrastructure south, I mean, you start to destroy the circulation. I mean, it'll really ripple through the project.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to come back to it later. Okay.
And again, I think let's not discount the fact that I think from the property line up to the top of that fence, we're going to be at plus 14 feet for a screen, and I think that's pretty significant. I think headlights will be definitely tall enough to block headlights, definitely tall enough to block you, especially from the first floor down.
John?
Yes.
I think the important thing to note is that if you're a resident and you're north of the mound, okay, so if you're standing here.
And if you could just do a pretty good job, if you would, Mr. Silverman, for the mic so that everybody can hear it.
Yeah.
Just look up. There you go.
If you're standing north of the mound here, you're seeing basically a slope. What, John? A 3-to-1? Would you say a 3-to-1 slope? That's you've got a mound that's roughly 9 feet high with a 6-foot fence. That's a 15 feet of total buffer. If you were standing here in front of what I'll call a berm, this berm that's it's like half of a mound, right? It's really an analogous condition in terms of what you're looking at, because you've got a mound that's 6 feet high, and we're talking about doing a bigger fence there, an 8-foot high fence, so you've got roughly 14 feet. I mean, you're within a foot. And I mean, visually, this would be a 3-to-1 slope roughly,
yes.
Right? 3-to-1 slope, plantings, evergreens, etc. Same thing here. So I think visually, if you're looking from the north, looking south, I think the visual impact is very analogous. I think it's very, very similar, almost the same. What you don't get is the mound that's on our property, because, and I mean, nobody here can see that. But here, instead of having the mound slope down 3-to-1 heading south, that berm falls off into the pond right here.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else to present, or should we open it up?
We're almost done, just a couple
Okay.
last points. Thank you, John. So just continuing a few more points on some of the revisions that we've made to the plan throughout the process. As mentioned earlier, originally we had a full access point because Warren County requested it, and then they took a look at the functionality of some of the other intersections in the area and said, look, we're okay with it just being, you can cut off the access point to Thornberry Court and just provide a gate that emergency services vehicles can use. That was a big concern early on from neighboring residents, was they didn't like the fact that we had a connection to Thornberry Court. So that's been resolved. The other comment that we got fairly recently was Building 9, which is kind of in the northeast corner of the site. There's a home, it doesn't show on this aerial, but there's a home there now, and some of the Rosemont South residents requested us to look at beefing up a visual buffer here. So we kind of pushed the sidewalk south, and this one sat further south and this one north, and we've been able to create a mound here that's roughly 4 feet high, and we would provide plantings throughout that mound. So that'll provide a very nice landscape buffer. The last thing in terms of a revision, the zoning commission had a comment on Building 1, which you have that on your site plan. That's not on the screen. Building 1, the north face of Building 1 was further north than the north face of buildings. Let me see if I can quickly get it back on the screen, just so. Okay, so here you can see Building 1. The north face of that is beyond the north face of these two buildings. So we had a comment from a zoning commission member, said, hey, can you look at scooching this building down so that the north face of Building 1 doesn't extend beyond the north face of these buildings? And we looked at that and we were able to accommodate that request. So if you look now on the site plan that you have in your packet, I'll try to quickly scoot back there. You can see now that Building 1, the north face of Building 1 does not extend beyond the north faces of these buildings. So with that, I would just say that in conclusion, the proposed development is consistent with the historical pattern of development seen along this portion of Tylersville Road, and incorporates a step down in use intensity, moving south to north, that exhibits sound planning and zoning principles. The site is, this plan is in a convenient, easily accessible location, and I think we've demonstrated the high quality developments that we've brought to Deerfield Township in the past with the Grandstone and One Deerfield, and the proposed development will be of the same high quality. I also like to mention again that all the consistencies of this plan relative to the current Deerfield Township comprehensive plan, as well as the proposed update. I thank everybody for their time this evening, and myself and all the members of our team will be available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to public comment. And if you filled out a sheet from our last meeting, right here again, we have it. We're going to call you up. If you're not here, we'll set it off to the side in case that person shows up. and then anyone else new who filled out one today. It's like they're bringing up, if you can bring them up to Mr. Yoder here, he'll call you. And then just to remind you, when you come up, state your name, your address, and whether you've been sworn in for the record. And if you haven't been sworn in, then Mr. Yoder will swear you in. And we're going to do a 5-minute limit on everyone's comments just so we can get everyone in. I'll time you. That's everything?
And I saw a fair number of people walking in too. Perhaps, are there people that intend to speak that weren't sworn in already tonight? Is there a decent amount or no? Maybe, well, if there's only one, I could just handle that when we go there. But I thought maybe there was a bunch. We got a couple answers. How about this? If there's anybody that hasn't been sworn in already tonight that thinks they might want to give testimony, go ahead and stand up. All right. Perfect. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give tonight will be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief? Yes. Great, thanks. You can be seated. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. First person is Tim Radzik.
Okay, first, so my name is Tim Radzik, 6595 Grandstone Way. I have been sworn in. So I probably won't, well, I certainly won't have any pretty pictures or the gravitas of some of the previous presenters. I'm just a guy who plunked down several $100,000 for a home in Deerfield because I love what I saw there and I love the community. And I have some concerns and I don't think they've yet been addressed, so that's why I'm speaking today. According to the speakers, I should be very happy that there's this development being built next to my house, or next down the road from my house. Apparently my property values are going to increase, crime's going to go down, everything's going to be better, or at least the same. Of course, that sort of excludes the fact that if something is the same or better, then there's probably some that's going to be worse. Property values will increase within 300 feet of the property, apparently due to a study, but maybe the homes that are right next to the development aren't going to increase that. Apparently, I have misconceptions about renters. I'll just state, I've been in the Air Force for 23 years, and I've lived everywhere. I've lived in a metal shack in Baghdad, and I've lived in a single-family home. I lived in Fort Bridges apartments, owned several homes around the country. So I have a pretty good experience of what it's like to be a renter and a homeowner. And I would say that I prefer being a homeowner, and I know what it's like to live in an apartment with renters. And as much as it's been told to me that I should be happy and I had misconceptions, I don't feel I have them. I've been one, and I know what my neighbors were like, and they were very nice people, but it's a different environment. And a home next to that is a different environment as well. I would say that most every homeowner here would not be happy if their home was torn down, or the home next to them was torn down, and an apartment community was built there. So that on itself says something about the data that says we should be happy with this development. So I guess my main concern is that this doesn't seem like a planned urban development to me. We talked about it a little bit right at the beginning. There's a little sidebar conversation about apartments above businesses or off to the side. If you can draw a line through the development and everything commercial's on one side and everything residential's on the other side, I don't see how that's diversity of housing. I don't see how it's intermingled or integrated. I don't see how it's horizontally integrated. There's a step. So I think it's segregated, and it doesn't really meet the sort of definition of a planned unit development as I see it. Simply saying something is a fact doesn't necessarily make it so. A lot of things were said. I actually think this could be an interesting development. I think there are some tweaks that should be made. I think the property owners deserve to earn some money for their property, and the city or the township deserves to have a good development that meets the needs of the people. But this is sort of being presented as a false dichotomy, that almost like the people who are against it aren't for having businesses along Tylersville. But I would wager to say that almost everyone here is fine with having businesses along Tylersville. They just want their backyard. I came to Ohio, and one of the neat things I saw different from California was that we have a backyard, and it's the next people's backyard, and it's also the next people's backyard, and you can see all around, and you can have your kids play with your neighbors. They're taking the backyard away. And maybe that doesn't show up in some of the data, but it shows up in the fact that no one along Grandstone that I know is happy about this development. I don't think the only option is a high-density housing development, which is what this is. There's a high-density housing development, which could legitimately be zoned as such, and a commercial development next to it that could legitimately be zoned as such. And that isn't how a PUD should be. The density is odd, 13.32 units per acre, but it's presented as 11 units per acre. Seems kind of like a dodge to me. I don't know how you guys define that. You're definitely the experts in that, but that seems odd to me. It was interesting that it was presented as our development's going to look like a modern farmhouse. How about put a modern farmhouse? That's the promise that was made.
We're going to deal with that right now, preemptively across the board, and you'll find out I'm going to be very strict about this. For those people that choose to clap or be disorderly, I will have you escorted out. People can speak, but this is not going to be a popularity contest for or against it. So please don't test me. We want to hear everyone, but that's all we want to hear. Thank you.
So I know that zoning is a sentence.
Your 5 minutes are up also, just so you know. Is that right when they applauded is when that alarm went off, so if you can just wrap up really quickly, please.
Okay, I know that zoning isn't a promise, it's not set in stone, changes are made. But I think it's important that all stakeholders are considered, that especially those who are having harm done to them should maybe be considered a little bit more than those who are looking to gain something for it. And again, I'm a conservative capitalist. I totally understand the property developers' needs, but I feel like a promise was made that we were going to have at least some attention considered, look at other options to what might go behind our homes rather than to have 13.32 units per acre. So my parents always taught me, before you tear a fence down...
How long longer? Because your time really is been
10
up for
seconds.
several minutes. Okay.
Before you tear a fence down, you should know why the fence was put up in the first place. I think there's a reason why this was zoned as residential in the way it was zoned, and I think the change is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next person that's up is Raj Uppendram.
We have so many people in this
My name is Raj Uppendram. I live on 6515 Grandstone Way, Mason, Ohio. I've been sworn in. Good evening, everybody. This is the very first time we are presenting from our Rosemont South community to the trustees. And I'm the Rosemont South Association president. Besides me, with other board of members in the Rosemont Association, we have had several number of conversations with our neighbors regarding many concerns about this proposal. Just to give a quick background, because like I said, this is the first time we're presenting to you. When we all bought our houses in like 10 years or 16 years ago, we were all promised that there's going to be single family houses right behind our neighbor in our backyard. But apparently that didn't happen. In 2014, since then, a couple of developers came into picture and they proposed some weird, and greedy proposals, such as they're trying to build some big commercial complexes right behind our neighborhood, trying to make money. They're all trying to make money at the cost of our, privacy, at the cost of our quality of our life, and compromising on the traffic and safety concerns and all that. So since then, like I said, a couple of developers came into picture and they tried to present it to the trustees and the zoning commissions. And we all came here, hundreds of people, all the neighbors came and raised our voices. We were very clear and loud that we want to maintain our quality of our life in these single family homes, because we paid so much of money into our home. For many of us, it's our dream. For some of the people, some of the neighbors, it's their kids' education. Some of their neighbors, it's their retirement amount. So with keeping all those things, the trustees in the past committees, they listened to us, they respected our opinion, they respected our, the concerns and all that, and they rejected their proposals. Recently, when the very first time Mr. Silverman company came and presented their proposal, it was very similar to what the previous developers did there. I mean, they built the houses, the proposal was very close to the commercial complexes, very right behind our neighborhood, no buffer, nothing. There is no character, no transition being followed through, and we again raised our concern. I mean, this might be the 8th or 10th time we're coming to this room. Sometimes we feel like we're coming more than the Deerfield office employees here. We've been so used to this, and this has been going on since 2014. Finally, I know every time whenever Silverman presents his presentation, those are very beautiful, facilities that they're providing, like beautiful lodges and all that. But for us, it doesn't really matter. I mean, whether they put the commodes with the gold-plated commodes in their restrooms, or whether they keep the juice water or whatever it's in the refrigerators, we don't care. I mean, for us, it's nothing for us. That might be for the people who are renting it. So every time whenever I come to this meeting, sometimes I feel like I came to rent an apartment. But most of the times, I mean, the major concern that we raised last time too was, these are all going to be rented out to, for the rental people, and they have no vested interest in developing the community values or relations there. That's just their pit stop. They just stay here today and they're gone tomorrow. So that's why we wanted a privacy, we wanted traffic to be maintained, as well as security concerns. We raised all that last meeting, and the current proposal they came up with, we kind of agreed to that, because we know for sure that something is going to happen in the backyard, and we are not crazy to stop everything. We're not asking single family homes all the way till the Taylor's Road now. I know it's a 5-lane road. We're not doing that. But the way this is proposed is not consistent, or the transition is not appropriate. And one side it's 16 feet, on the Grandstone houses now it's only 6 feet or whatever that just explained. Tonight's my request from the homeowners association is very simple and straightforward. We wanted to have the developer maintain the berm consistency across the development, throughout the development, moving the retention pond all the way to the south side. And we have a bill here tonight to speak about the retention field. If that retention field is moved to the south side, what are the technical challenges? As far as we know, there are no technical challenges involved in moving the retention pond from north to the south. Probably, they'll be compromising on the building number 1, and if they maintain the same consistency on the Thornberry Court, they'll be compromising on the building number 9. And that I'm going to talk about the density as well. The last time Mr. Silverman companies presented the density numbers, they were taking the density of 196 units for the whole entire 17.5 acres. That is not correct. That math is not correct. Out of 17.5 acres, 3.5 acres is just gone for the commercial side. So they have to take into consideration only that 14 acres land. 14 acres divided by 192 units. That's the density that they need to look at. So the density is really so high with 196 homes behind our neighborhood. If they can take out that building number 1 and building number 9 so that they can move this retention pond all the way to the south, we know for sure the retention pond is required. In the previous meetings, Silverman companies presented that retention pond is required. They kept saying 100 times. We all know that for sure that the retention pond is very much required. But all we're asking is move the retention pond towards the south side and maintain the consistency across throughout the development. That will be a nice transition. And there is another 16 acres parcel right next to this current proposal. I'm sure that is ready and it's going to be developed anytime, within no time, that's ready for that. So once this berm height and everything is set appropriately, consistently across, this will be the precedence for the next parcel development as well. And when we are here for the next parcel development hearing, the meeting will be done in 15 minutes if they maintain the same consistency. That's all we are asking tonight. Please maintain the same berm consistency across the development so that all the Grandstone neighbors will have the equal quality of life and the equal privacy of their families. That's the main request here tonight. And also think about the density. The density is so high, so if they can compromise on the building number 1 and building number 9, that takes care of the entire issue. So that's all I'm here for. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. And before I leave, I just would like to give these copies to the trustees. Because of the COVID situation, not many people can attend this meeting today, and of course we have room limitations here as well. So all the neighbors, almost 120 neighbors, signed the petition, whatever that I just asked for, and I would like to give this to you. And there is Mr. Bill is our building inspection engineer. He gave a certified copy of the saying that the retention pond can be moved without any technical challenges. We have that certified letter here as well, and he's been here. He's been in this field for almost 30 years. He is very well expert on that. So I'm going to give this to you. Thank you so much.
All right, next person up is Chandra Panyala.
I just need a copy of some drawings.
My husband, and I also wrote, I would like to.
Do you want to speak together or do you want to go right after?
Yeah, I'll be talking.
I'll find it. Maybe it's the same last name.
Which one is it?
I think the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the images.
All images.
All the images, yeah, everything. And this one too. And before.
This one?
Yeah, and this one. Everything. Yeah, and this movie.
This one, light pollution. Is it going to be complete? Yeah, I don't know.
I'm Chandra Panyala. I live in 6539 Grandstone Way. I've been sworn in earlier today. Thanks, Deerfield Trustees, and previously all the board members giving us this opportunity. I've presented in the past, but I'm going to present today. I've heard Mr. Silverman today and in the past, so I will basically start with the plan. The majority of the issues that we have right now are because of the light pollution and the screening that we have. With this road, I think Board of Trustees, you have asked those questions earlier, but I just want to add on to your questions earlier from their presentation. So, looking at this plan, looking at this plan, the entrance to this is, most of the entrance is this one. So we have about 400 car spaces, and then this is not clearly presented what's going to come here, but I physically counted all these parking spaces. They come out to be roughly 100, 120 car. So for all of these, the entrance is this one. Day and night, 24 hours, they use this space to enter this. So what? Okay. Oh, okay. So they're going to come using the same entrance to come into that. So the mound earlier was presented that they're going to add a 70-foot width with a 9-foot mound with a 6-foot fence, 6-foot fence on top of it with some more tree coverage, which I don't know how long it's going to grow taller or what, but it will take some time, right? So the main concern that we have is this pond. This pond is in a terribly worst location that it could be for most of the residents beyond that area. I'm going to go to height difference here. Bring it down. So this is Taylorsville Road. Sorry, I put it in a different angle. This is Taylorsville Road. The future road expansion is going to come here, So I think earlier one of the person has mentioned that the majority of this is a peak of that land. The water is going to come this side, right? So I measured this in a Google Earth. That's about, I got it here, 266 meter high. Which means it's that land, that piece of land is about 66 feet above sea level, right? And then this piece of land here is at 263 feet, which is my backyard or several other people's backyards. 263. So that's about 3 feet, which roughly calculates to 10 foot height. So there is a 10 foot height difference. Car coming here. So where is the light going to go? Right in here, into my second floor. I have a picture of that. I'm going to show that. So, and then there is a water issue, right? And then before I go into the next slide, I'm going to talk about it. There is a 265 here. There is a 265 here. There is a 265. There is not much difference in this entire land in how it is landscaped. That is from the Google Earth data, which we believe is mostly very 1%, up to 1% it is accurate. Okay? So the argument of that pond cannot be moved anywhere is not technical at all. It is purely commercial, how much building that they wanted to build. That's the argument I'm trying to make here. Go to number 3. So I had another slide here. It actually says 257, but it is, that point is a little bit, but it's 200. I give you a little bit more. To developer, this is 262 right under the swale. And the swale is a 20-foot swale, which is under our property, the Rosemont homeowner South Ossetian property. And earlier, the developer perspective, they are actually downpour all the water into our swale, which is already a big problem, which I already mentioned with several Deerfield storm department already. And look at, and I just wanted to make up use this slide to talk about something else. So talking about other neighbors, if you look at all of these, this is a condominium complex next to us. That's the west border. That's the south border. Everywhere it is a 12-foot berm, a 13-foot berm, okay, and with a tree line. Just you can zoom out. 12 foot. There is nowhere there is a pond. If the pond is placed, it's right in the middle of their property line. It's right in the middle of the property line. This is right. These are the homes, but there is a street and no property line. These are the condominiums. This is a single family, a big tree line with a berm. But there is so the proposal of that pond is not going to work for us. Okay, please next slide. Number 4. So earlier one of these days, I've taken a picture from a Taylorsville Road, driving on my Taylorsville Road. This is right on the Taylorsville Road. Okay, we know that is the highest spot, and actually the highest spot is somewhere there. But this is a little bit 1 meter down. If you from a Taylorsville, it goes higher and then it goes down slowly. From here, if I could, sorry, please keep it there. Keep it there. That's fine. From here I can see the if I'm standing here, my vehicle facing north, where those are the windows on the second floor. You can see that, because I couldn't go into there without trespassing their property, so I took it from the street. So the light it's a lot of light pollution. So the builder has no concern about it. Looks like he was talking about something screening, but it will not provide anything for those families. It's a 500 vehicle traffic, not 400 vehicle traffic, because of the future businesses that's going to come there. Okay? Yeah. So I would like other opportunity to utilize here. So this is the very building, the building we are sitting here. Okay? So see, this is where we are right now. This is where we are. This is the I think this building was built later on after this single family home. This is a mound of 12 feet or something. Look at the tree line. Yes, tree line takes long time to build, but they have used 70 foot plus another 20 foot or something, 25 foot, and it's a big tree line. There is no pond, nothing here. If the pond were to build somewhere else. So this is the kind of view we like. If there is a light, it will never pass through this. That is a screen that we will have.
Yeah.
Daylight with the day fence.
I've nodded.
So yeah, earlier today, that I think we were playing with. My son was playing with it. It's not to scale, but this is our backyard, sitting on our deck. See the light coming in. That's the view we have. Would you want me to have that kind of a view 24 hours in a day? The headlights coming in. This is building 1. This is only 6-foot mound. This tree will take up to 10 years, 20 years to grow to block that. So after 20 years, I'm going to face this light 24 hours a day. That's not fair. That's not I signed in. So I'm going back to my single family argument. The single family, we signed up this home after checking with Haifa, Deerfield Township, and we purchased this land, hoping that one day something will come and that something will be single family home and they will have kids. So all 365 degrees of my home, there will be single family, families living, kids living. But here, the developer is doing a plan which is empty nesters and young families, probably less kids. According to their statistics, they will be only having 0.2 per home or something, like 20%. So we are already missing out something, right? So that is something that we are trying to give to the developer. We worked with him, he worked with us. We met him many times, not me personally, but our HO members and other people met them personally, spoke about this very issue. Me and my wife spoke to Mr. Silverman right in this room after the end of the previous meeting, and we talked to him about this issue. So this is the issue. I mean, he could physically see this. What's the issue there? Right there. So this plan as is, it's not going to work. The density had to be reduced, the building had to go away. That's what my request is, so that everyone it will work for everyone. And my greatest hope is to get a single family, but something had to come there. And after all this, we are tired. We cannot come like 20 times every year for these kind of meetings. We don't have time. We have families to raise. So we would like to work with them, and then that is the option. Like, actually, the light, if you see it, anywhere, if the mound is to build, the mound height of the entire plot, this is where it need to be higher, like 12 feet, 13 feet, plus a 6-foot wall, plus big trees. This is where it is required more. If you look at the statistics and the data that I just showed. And the one more issue I would like to bring, actually I've shown a video. Now we have heard from Bayer and Decker. Sorry if I get the name wrong. So the water, the content of the water, where it's going to come? It's going to come into the swale that we hardly trying to maintain. This is a difficult job. Actually, I would like to play that video if that is possible. Yeah, that's an old video. Yeah, just pull it.
Might have to close out the pictures on the.
Yeah, so that's the water. That's one of the. Someday this kind of a water is going, and it's very hard for us to manage. And I cannot imagine another 7 to 10 acres of water will come and join somewhere here, and that our homeowners, all of us, had to maintain this water. There is a lot of erosion happening. There's a lot of and like insects and everything is growing, because I've actually personally paid money to repair it many times, but nothing will stay, because the force of the water is so heavy that I have given up. Now I need help from county or Deerfield Township to take care of that issue, because that's not possible. And now adding another 7 acres of water, and it's going to come very fast. That's not going. That's the problem will be increased even more. And I will give my wife to say add on to what you said. Thank you.
And ma'am, if you just give your name and confirm the fact that you've been sworn in.
Yeah, my name is Pallavi Panyalam. 6539 Grandstone Way. And everything that my husband has said and Raj said, and I think other homeowners are going to speak about that. But this is like the full image that we see, right? Expanding what my husband was showing in terms of light pollution, but the variability of how that mound would look from our backyards, right? The light, the building 1 apartment complex, we're not as technologically savvy to do all this cool imagery, but a pond there, right? And then all of that variation that we have to see every single day. And I want to show this, our kids.
You're friendly, okay?
Well, they've written letters to the government to listen to them.
You're doing fine.
Thank you. So, outside of all the technical things that my husband and everybody here is talking about, think about all our kids, what they're losing with not having other kids to play with on the other side that they were hoping to have. And there is this big, huge construction over there, however long that's going to take, right? We're being promised some kind of tree line, which I have never seen like a 20-foot tree planted anywhere as a new development. Those are typically 3 to 5 feet, and I would like to ask, how many years should I wait to have some kind of privacy in my backyard that I have today that I'm going to lose, so these people can make more money off of this property? So it makes it a very sad, miserable place for us to live. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
So, sorry for that. I just want to add one more thing. The rental property and everything was mentioned earlier by Silverman and their supporters of this group, are there from their group. So I have another research done by University of Colorado. It says the rental within 1 mile of sold home have a negative impact on the price of the existing home. However, they said the value of the homes about 1 mile down will increase. But our property, Rosemont, is within half mile or within 1/4 mile. So that means it's directly reducing the value of our home. Well, they are making money. Who's benefiting it? So I would like to have you provide this small excerpt that I have captured from the internet.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then if you look at the document, some pictures earlier, that
it's actually.
I got it. So this one, if we leave this without not much of the bump, we now establish this is very high, right? We know a person here, this is about a peak of a height. A person at the swimming pool, person at this room, person at a second floor standing on this balcony have a direct view of what's happening in my backyard. So there's no privacy. Everywhere they can see. They can see people here. People from here can see it because there is no berm or anything. There is no privacy. So we don't know how they are. I mean, they never interact with us. They're not single family homes. We all come from rental background. Many years. We saved our money. We purchased home in a nice neighborhood thinking this will be, but that's not good. That looks like that may or may not happen. I don't know. But it's all in your hand. Respected trustees, so I want to mention that as well. So having this is definitely ruin privacy and the lighting and everything, and our sleep in the night with the lights. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, there was one clarification to make.
Mind coming up to the microphone so we can catch you.
My son, who is a high schooler, he made those images for us, and he had to do school homework but he's watching on the live stream and he wanted to correct something. My husband said that the image was not to scale, and there is a video to show how they measured it, and that 6-foot wall and the view that we see from our deck is absolutely to scale. And he wanted me to tell that. He just texted me to clarify that for all of you.
Thank you.
And there is a video we can provide as to how we measured it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me take it. Thank you.
All right, next up I've got Rajender Sandela. My preemptive apologies for any mispronunciations.
No, you got it. You got it.
Can you leave this?
Yeah.
Leave this one.
I'd just like to let you guys know, we've got the most advanced purifiers in the world in this room. You see them on the walls. So if you want to take your mask off and take a break or whatever, this air is purified to 99%. Something kills everything. You couldn't get sick in here if you licked the ground. Don't lick the ground. And we're not suggesting. But I just wanted to let you know, if you wanted to take a breather, our air is purified.
I'm Rajendra Sandela. I'm from 6547 Grandstone Way. I've been sworn in. I've been a resident of Deerfield Township for the last 22 years.
Can you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I've been a resident of Deerfield Township for the last 22 years. I take pride in staying Deerfield Township, and I agree with all my neighbors. I mean, this plan you cannot approve. Please don't put your names to this plan. Let's not leave this plan to our kids and grandkids. You know, if I have to give you an example of any zoning board modifications, I don't have to give anything else. Our own Deerfield Township stood up to Walmart and their team of lawyers. They came up with every excuse when they were building the Walmart. But you guys stood. That's why I'm so grateful for you guys. You guys stood against Walmart and their lawyers. Now when we drive on Wilkins Boulevard, thanks to your efforts, the residents of Long Cove don't see anything of Walmart from this side. There's a huge wall, and the boundary was moved away from Wilkins Boulevard. And whenever I drive there, I say, thanks to Deerfield Township. That's why time and time again, when I came here, I always thank you guys. You have done it. And again, now, if you approve this plan, when anybody drives on Grandstone Way, it will look, think about it. Walmart, you built whole wall. This will be like half wall. Half side of the residents will have privacy, protection from light, sound, and all kinds of privacy issues. Other half will not. And think about it. This will stay forever, and your name will be attached to this one. Please, let's not do this. Let's not approve this. And our neighbors have already spoken about all this. I don't want to stress more. And on this one, as Shaker mentioned, there's only one entrance to this development. That is from Tylersville, and the lights are coming straight to these 3 buildings. And the 6-foot boundary will not fix it. In fact, if anybody will have more privacy, that should be these buildings. The mount should be higher on this side of the wall, on this side of the development, not the other side. And so, therefore, please do not approve this plan. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person is Bill Turner.
Hello, my name is Bill Turner. I live at 675 Park Avenue. I've been sworn in. I own building inspection engineers. I'm a licensed engineer in Ohio and Kentucky. And my experience is building engineering. I work on sites, I work on buildings. And the Rosemont folks have asked me to come and look at their situation and see if maybe there are any options. You've heard a lot of stories about how this is probably not going to work, but let's look at how maybe it can work if we make some changes. The folks from Bear and Becker have talked about the ponds, okay? And because Bear and Becker is involved, this is an engineered pond. Okay, this isn't somebody out in Brown County getting a dozer out, digging a hole in the backyard and calling it a pond. This is an engineered pond. It has a specific shape. It has a specific size. It has a specific depth, all right? And because of that, I want to walk up to the picture here a little bit.
Yeah. Are you going to speak while you're over there?
Yeah, let's speak while I'm
on the
here.
microphone.
I'll come back and speak to the microphone. Okay. But I want to look at this area here. Okay, and what's left there now? Oh, thank you. Those things are so handy.
Just hit the red button.
Okay.
The arrow there.
Okay. There it is. Now this pond right here, okay, is 1/3 of an acre in size. Okay, there's probably some lots in Deerfield Township that aren't much bigger than that, or even that size. So what that is a big body of water, okay, that could be moved to a safer place. The concept of continuing this boundary all the way across is very important. I think we heard Mr. Silverman say a little earlier that the number of kids in a neighborhood is over 3 times what they are in an apartment complex. All right? So I want to kind of think about that a minute as I leave, because all those neighborhoods don't have fences back there. Okay, they have children that play out there. All right, and now you're building this big pond right next to where everybody plays. And I just want to think about what is the risk of one child.
Next up is Jeffrey Wu. Jeffrey? Maybe I can call names again at the end, or maybe he was here last time, but not this. But we'll go to the next name then. So we've got Deerfield Barely.
Hello everyone, I am Drew Borelli. I'm a 6th grader at MI. Thank you for your time. I really do not approve of this because me and my friends, we play a lot in our backyards. Exactly where we play is where the pond is going to be built. Now, when we have the pond, it's going to be very unsafe for us to play. So we won't have anything to do, and it's going to be extremely unsafe. Thank you.
Mr. Barely, were you sworn in?
I don't know.
Is everything you just said true?
Yes.
Good enough.
Thanks for coming out.
We'll go to the next. I have Ravi Tata.
I'm Ravi Tata. I'm already sworn in. I live in 6555 Grandstone Way, Mason, Ohio 45040. I strongly object because we have some serious concerns on the proposed plan. As we are directly impacted, one of the families directly impacted. I stay right beside that retention pond, so we are directly impacted. So I have to tell two major concerns. One is the retention pond because of health and safety reasons. Because retention pond, obviously, you'll have a lot of insects, mosquitoes, which comes along with that, and which is there right at the edge of my backyard. So that is one concern. And other thing is like the privacy. So as you see this road and building 1 and building 3, they have a direct view and there is absolutely no screening towards our backyard. So that is another major concern I have. I have 2 sons who plays soccer. Most of the times they practice at the backyard along with other neighboring kids. Having a retention pond there, we have that safety concerns as I have already mentioned. And also the privacy, like the building 3 and building 1. So even though there is a berm across the other side, but where it is exactly needed, right? When you see this road, the traffic coming there, that is the where actually you need to have, if you need to have any screening, that's where it should be there. But as you can see, there is no screening there, and that is the concern what I have. So basically, we are compromised on our privacy and health and safety issues because of retention pond. So that's all the things I wanted to say. And I agree with my neighbors that to keep it consistent, the berm should be extended all the way across. If not, this plan should be rejected. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to struggle here. I think it's penmanship issues, though. But maybe Vamji. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I can help you.
I appreciate it.
Hello everyone, my name is Mamsi Chitajallu and I live at 6515 Grandstone Way. I've been sworn in. I've spoken several times before, and the board of the previous committee, whoever they were, they struck me off saying that traffic isn't their concern and I have to deal with Butler and Warren counties. But that has been my concern all the while, because I'm a working mom, and in the mornings we already have 4 traffic lights in 0.9 miles. And you are introducing almost 290 some apartments, which will, I think, approximately increase the number of cars to at least 500, because every household has 2 cars at least. That has been my concern. I know there have been some traffic studies that Mr. Silverman has provided, but they have been only looking at Taylorsville. With the roundabout, we already have so much of traffic on Grandstone Way. And with COVID, I don't know how valid these traffic studies are, honestly. And nobody is actually looking at Sunny Drive and Grandstone for any of the traffic studies. So that's like the sad point. One other thing that I was really, really worried about is definitely the pool, the pond there. I'm not hit, but I want everybody to be the same way I am, especially on Grandstone Way, where everybody is as safe, because my kids do run to the pond. So please extend the berm all the way through. That's all we are asking for. And please try to reduce the density. All working moms would definitely correlate with me, and they feel the pain in the morning. I don't know more about the dads, but moms do, because it's a juggle in the morning every day. And 0.9 miles, 4 traffic lights. And I actually presented several studies as to how the bumper-to-bumper traffic actually increases accidents. And I actually showed the studies where I think the accidents went up like at least 23%, if not more, since 2016, since when people have started dwelling more and more into our communities. So please consider both of them. Please think about the density and how many people you're introducing. They say they're empty nesters. In fact, when I said that there were at least 500 cars, I was cut short saying, "Oh no, they walk." And I'm like, seriously, there's no companies in a vicinity of 0.6 miles around that dwelling. So you expect everybody to jog or walk to work in the mornings, and they're not driving, and so they're not increasing the traffic, because that's the answer I got. So please think about it, and please extend the berm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Kishore Kalikiri.
My name is Kishore Kalkri, resident of 5761 Sunnybrook Court, Mason, Ohio. It feels like the same thing we are saying over and over again. The reason we are doing that is because with the last meeting we had, they kind of got confused, the builders that is, that we were all over the place. So I want to say again that I reject this proposal without any modifications. As is, I want to reject. They've been really hell-bent on that the retention pond there. And one of the main reasons is because of what one of their own said. Without sacrificing the major portion of the plan, we cannot move the retention pond. And that's their reason. They don't want to admit it. Maybe it was slip of tongue that the pond specialist spoke. That's in his own words. All we are asking for is move the retention pond, which means at the cost of sacrificing building one, which they don't want to. And I think my friends have already given enough examples and slides that I don't want to get into that. The other part is in the last 7 years, in Westchester, one in Westchester and one in Mason, 2 toddlers have died in the neighborhood swimming pools or the ponds, not swimming pools actually, I stand corrected, retention ponds. 2 of them died. One just a mile and a half during COVID time up on Snyder Road. So that happened. So I have a 6-year-old right at that age, prime, and I've been friends with those Panyalas and the other people, and that's where my son runs every evening. Can I go there and play? Can I go there and play? And I always drop him off and come back and pick him up. I can't do that anymore. My wife would kill me. That means all of my evenings are sacrificed. You know, I myself am a part-time realtor, and one of the other things they said, oh my God, I can't find the place. Kishore, call me, 513-666-1259. I will find a place for you. And I will do a damn good job. Thank you.
Sir, were you sworn in too?
Yes, I was. Thank you, sir.
Dilip Borelli?
My name is Dilip Borelli, 6587 Grandstone Way, Mason, Ohio 45040, and I've been sworn in. So, first, it's been a long hearing, and I thank you all for your patience, particularly the staff. And when I lived in Philadelphia, and I was looking to live where I could live in the country. Okay, that's not like Philadelphia. I interviewed, I'm a physician. God's grace, I have the ability to find a job where I want. I went out looking all across the country. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to find Columbia, Missouri, which is in a small town. We lived there. And then we thought maybe it's too small. So I kind of like wanted a field that's not like a city, like a big city, but something that where I can raise my kids. Driving on, believe me, we were literally driving all the way to Florida to look at a practice. I stopped by here at the exit, and then we researched the place, looking. Then we found out we have some friends here. Wow. And then that made us extend the stay. We liked the place. After interviewing, then I said, you know what? Maybe this is the place. When I chose to live in this area, I did not have a job. I thought, you know what? I'm going to find a job. If not, then I'm going to start a practice. What attracted me was the community. What attracted me is the kid-friendly nature. What attracted me is when I was driving and it said, Mason, the 7th best place to live. And the reasons behind being the kids, what comes around the kids. I have 2 boys, 10 and 14. This evening, I've heard excellent data presented today, selling apartment homes. Unfortunately, there is no one here to speak for who wants single family homes. We all lived, yes, we stored in apartment. That is what we grow into, but we come and live in single family homes. That is where children, you're looking at the data, I'm seeing data being presented. Let's reduce the number of kids. Where are we heading? What direction are we heading? He has shown a data that clearly says that if you have single family homes, you have more kids. And then if you have homes like this, we are not here to reduce the number of kids in the community. We have built up a great school system that this county has, that this city has, to make more children that ability to live here, to become more productive in their life. We want to be able to do that, and that kind of really hurt me tonight, that there is data being presented that let's not have more children. It really hurts the basic roots of why we are trying to create communities. It's not all about money. And tonight, last time I presented a slide, he's shown excellent data as to how this place could be a great multi-family neighborhood. Honestly, you know what? We don't need that data. We can just walk through, drive through the city. Most of the apartments are 80-90% full. Okay, that data is enough to say that yes, we need something, but not to convert a single family home into something like this. You, for some reason, somehow, somewhere, came up with this illusion saying that this land is not suitable for single family homes. I was looking at why. You drive east, you drive west on Taylorsville, there is homes, there is single family homes that back onto Taylorsville, there is people living on Taylorsville. So find another reason as to why we should change the zoning. Not to say that this is not suitable for single family homes. Let's find another reason. Let's find another reason that makes it really worthwhile to consider, but not that reason. And if you drive either way on these homes, the prices are no less. The price of these homes are great. They have not reduced in value. They are not reduced. It's not, you know what, something? What makes it unsafe? One of the apartment communities that this developer built, the Grandstone, I can take the picture from his own presentation. The living room of that apartment is literally within 15 feet from the Wilkins Boulevard. If a car drives in, rams into the apartment, it will go straight into their living room. So let's find another reason as to why this area is not suitable for single family. I mean, why we want to change it. And I looked at this, what comes up, what they wanted to do with this one, and I mentioned the word greed. And everyone has the right to enjoy their property. What you get for the property comes with what that property can do. So time to time we see people want to change. You know, I could have a land in the middle of nowhere or what, but I want it to get the most use possible, so it gets the most economic value. It doesn't necessarily mean that that is good for the community or it is good for the neighbors around. And that is where you guys have the ability to judge, trying to balance what this community, what this development brings to the neighborhood. Townships are in existence for a reason, and that is to keep a character. Not just by changing the shape of the building, and call this like a farmhouse architecture. Farmhouse has a lot more. We don't want farmhouse, but at the same time, we don't want apartments to look like farmhouse and say that this is farmhouse. So let's go back to trying to address some of the very specific questions that come with regards to this particular development. There's a lot of data that's been presented on the previous, and the zoning committee that heard this. Obviously, data is something that is, I'm a physician. I look at data every day. When some company comes and says, I want to sell this drug, I tend to think critically as to what kind of, I don't just look at the conclusion. I look into the data. What kind of patients they chose? How did they characterize the patients? How did they differentiate the patients? Because conclusion is always what the company wants. If I read the conclusion, it biases me. I look at the data and I start to criticize the data. Okay? So people presented the data on how it will influence traffic and how it can influence the price values. And exactly here's what is the data that he presented. One of the paper was from 2005. You know how many things have happened in the world since 2005? One of the other papers that he presented on crime was from 1996. You know how the demographics and everything have changed? Now I'm not saying the facts but what I'm saying is you pick the paper, you pick the data that you like and try to present and make conclusions out of it. And it is clearly, I think we need someone who will listen, who will think to the depth of what we are thinking through. And this is the time. And if we go on, back in 2015, they presented this plan of doing something over there. It was a long hearing, and if you look at that, they said 4 things would make this not worth it. 1, the intensity of the development. 2, they mentioned the retention pond. 3, they mentioned the easements. 3 of those. And when he came up with a plan originally, I'm thinking, what is this that someone is trying to buy this land? And I looked at the price. And it's like 4 million, 4.2 million. Of course, if someone could pay me like $250,000, $200,000 for an acre, that's a great price. But it comes with a cost. It comes with changing something. It comes with asking for something from the community. Okay, and that's exactly what's happening here. And that's exactly why this land has been deemed not suitable for single family. Because I'll tell you what, if you can put single families on this one and they will sell in a month. There are developers who walked into this saying that they will build single family homes. But you know what was it? No one can build a single family home at $250,000 an acre and make money on it. So it's a ridiculous price that you're asking, but then you're trying to get that price by trying to find someone like him who will come up, bully us, everybody, and try to get what they want. You know why I call it bully? Because back in 15, for the very same reasons, the board has rejected this plan. Meaning, it's not apartments, but they talked about intensity, they talked about the easement on the back, they talked about the pond, and then they said, anyone doing this should first try to involve the neighborhood community and try to come up with a plan. And at some point, in 2015, without involvement of the neighborhood plan, this land was changed to mixed use. What kind of democracy are we talking about? If we didn't have an issue before that said, please do this, when the board of trustees have said this is a specific concern, do this, in spite of that, that did not happen. Behind the doors, in the closed doors, they made a change to this neighborhood and called it, this will be mixed use. And here we are, that there is a plan in front of us that's exactly the same, with the same concerns like it was before. I said, when I met him once, I told him, you know what, we really want to make this work. There are some technical issues that we probably won't agree with, but you know what, we are just residents over there. There are some concerns that I have as a citizen of the township, and there are some concerns that I have as a neighborhood. As a citizen, I'm going to leave that to you. Because you guys I would trust that you have the best vision for the township. I would trust that you would have the ability to think critically, to balance between what the developer wants, what the owner wants, and what we can give them. I leave that to you. But my idea of a mixed unit development is something like this. Mixed unit developments came up with the idea. Most municipalities have started using mixed unit developments in the last 10 years. And then they came up with something like that, as you all know, to create some kind of like a flexibility in the plan that you could do, that something comes up in the neighborhood that gives to the community, that takes from the community. It could be used to revitalize some communities where maybe something could be done better to improve the lives of people around it, not just for people within that. And that is the reason why mixed use communities came up. It also came up with the idea to let's improve more walkability to amenities, including work. Where is a work here that someone can go to walk without a car? Deerfield 1, we agree. You come on this side, you walk. You have so many restaurants. There, typically, what you have, and our neighborhood already walks. There's a yogurt place, there's a drug mart, and that's it. There's a couple restaurants. That's not going to be a good reason to say that this is a mixed unit neighborhood. Leave alone the fact that what does this give to the community around it? I mean, you're going to put, we don't even know what's coming up there in those three commercial spaces. So I'm going to leave that to your expertise to decide on all of that. But I'm going to focus on the specifics that concern to me as a resident of that neighborhood. Okay? That is density, density, and density. That is the core problem of why they are not able to move that pond, why they are not able to increase that berm, and it is all around density. If this project went and said, hey, you know what? I want this as a multifamily development or 8, done. We would all be fine. 8 units per acre, done. In the disguise of a PUD, they want to get more units out of it. How is this? How is this fair? That right in your face, they are trying to kind of like come in a disguise, cheat, and say that this is what it is. Please don't let this happen. Okay? And the numbers that are presented, I let another speaker speak for that, who's done extensive research on the number of units in each of these developments across the Deerfield Township, and how this relates to that. This is an extremely more dense, and I mean, I'm just curious as to the this will be the third most dense, and all of those 3 will come from the same developer. No other developer was able to get such a density. This is the same developer who will get the third most density. Why and how? How is that possible? Okay? And going to the specifics. I'm coming. Going to the specifics of the plan. Okay? The pond is a concern. The pond is a concern. To say that we can't move the pond, and this is what even the zoning mode mention has this. So here's the conversation. Do we have to have a pond? Okay, gentleman came up to speak. A pond is not a hole. We know it's not a hole. Please give some respect. We are talking if the pond has to be there. Site, size, shape, surface, and location has to be decided by the engineers. It's not a retention pond is an engineered pond. That means the engineer can drive it depending on where it ought to be placed. I had a small piece of land that I went to Mason City on 3 acres of Kingsmill, and I said, you know what, let's do this plan. Okay? You know how many times we moved that pond, the retention pond on that property? Ultimately, Duke Energy came back and said, no, you can't put a pond right next to my pond. Okay, we moved it again. It's the engineer's challenge. It's not impossible. It's a challenge. There are people putting retention ponds under parking lots. So you have a will to do it. You have a way to do it. Okay?
Thank you.
In this particular, we had 2 issues. One is that berm there, and then how that berm is not extending onto the building 9. Okay? That gentleman who bought that home, he bought that home as part of this recently. He had no idea what was coming there. And you have like big apartments sitting there right in front.
Sir, I'm going to respectfully cut you off.
I'll just have one more minute. Okay, please. This is the 10th time we are coming in here.
And I understand.
Please,
that.
just I'll take one more minute. So that's we can move the pond anywhere. So with all respect to John from Becker, he is well respected. He knows the truth, and that's why he said yes. And off note, I want to mention I had a conversation with him, and I begged him. I told him this could be the major issue. If you can please work on that one, I think we are just willing to ignore and give up on anything else. No sensitivity to the issue. Came back with the same proposal, same plan. Okay? So please, I'm just trying to highlight all the discrepancies in this, okay, but that's mostly for you to decide, because I think there's no better judge and then knowledge person with regards to this than you. But that pond has to move out. There is a way, and we can do it. If we want to come up with ideas, we will give ideas, but we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Serini Karanon.
Other side.
I'll just pull this to the right or something.
No, here.
Good evening. My name is Srini Karanam. I live on 6578 Grandstone Way, Mason, Ohio. I've been sworn in. There are a couple of points that I want to highlight from the staff memo. Probably you all have seen the copies of the staff memo. So if you turn to page 9, there is a mention about the density. And several speakers talked about the density, but I want to just highlight a couple of things that doesn't look right. The way the density was calculated, the total site area is 17.58 acres. So out of 17.58, 14.7 is used for the residential for the multifamily, and the remaining 2.8 acres for the commercial. And the total, for the whole development, the developer is building 196 units. So the way, as a layman, the way the density I look at it is, take the number of units, which is 196, and take the acreage, which is 14.7, then 196 divided by 14.7, that gives to 13.3. But in his calculation, I think all these calculations are provided with the developer. But for the developer, he took the whole 17.5 acres for computing the density. That's the reason he got 11.14, because he took total 17 acres. But if you take only 14 acres, the density is 13.3. So the density calculation is completely wrong. The way he presented is trying to bring down the number so that it looks good on the paper. Same thing with the net density. So net density is basically take 14.7 acres, take out 35% of the land, which is 9.56 acres, and then take 196 acres divided by 9.56, which comes to 20.5. And whereas his number is 17.15. So if it is 20.5, that should trigger automatic denial for the whole proposal. Because based on the comprehensive plan, the maximum the developer can have is only 20 units per acre. And it can vary from 8 to 20, that's how it says. But even if you take the highest number, so it can be 8, it can be 20. But even, give my benefit of doubt, even if you take 20, it still is more than 20. It's 20.5. So as is, the density is really, really high. There is another slide on page 11 of the staff memo. So here there is a comparison of all the developments done in the last 10 years, 10 or 12 years. If you look at these numbers, so if we take the first half, they were all done probably 7, 8, maybe 10 years ago. If we look at the densities, the first one, 100 streets, the gross is 4 and net is 5.99. Next one is 6.87 for 11.27. If you look at those numbers, they are really small. They're all less than 10. But if you look at the second half, so and some of these are actually assisted living. So if you look at the Emeritus with the density 31.89, so comparing assisted living with the apartments is not like comparing apples with oranges. It's not a true comparison. Because assisted livings are all, they're done like a hotel, it's just like one room. But there is no way we should be comparing assisted living with a multi-family development. And if you look at the next one, which is the Grandstone, it's a 3-story building. It's a part is 32, but it's a 3-story and it's all surrounded by commercial. There are no single-family homes abutting against the property. There is nothing right next door. It's all surrounded by commercial. And the next one is the Latitude, which is actually a 4-story. And there are a bunch of assisted livings. And for the proposed development, it's 11.14 and 17.15, and it's a 2-story. So there are no other 2-story developments within Deerfield Mason area with this kind of density. This will be, if it is approved, this will be the highest dense ever in the Deerfield Township. So please reduce the density, it's too high. And I want to point out some demographics. We all live in Mason, some of us live in Mason, some of us in Deerfield. And so Deerfield and Mason, they are so intermingled. So we don't even know whether you are in Mason or Deerfield. When you are driving down, you are in Mason, you are in Deerfield, you are in Mason. But for us, for most of the time, it looks very similar. Mason and Deerfield, they look very similar. But if you look at closely, they are not. If you look at the city of Mason, it's 18 square miles, and it has a population of 31,039 people. And for the Deerfield, it's 16 square miles, the population of 38,217. If you look at the density, Mason City has 1,724 people per square mile, whereas Deerfield Township has 2,388. So Deerfield is 38.5, almost 40% more dense than Mason. So when I looked at these numbers, it didn't make sense to me because Mason is a city and Deerfield is a township. Being in a township, we need to preserve the small town feel because that's how the township is chartered. It's supposed to be like a countryside living, more green spaces, more bigger home, bigger backyard. That's how it should be. But the way we are moving in a wrong direction. So why Mason City? Why we are more dense than Mason? Just because there are more. I will show you there's another slide. Just by adding, if you take this current proposal, So he's proposing 196 units, and if you take two people, two persons in an apartment, so we are adding 392 people just with this development alone. So that will make Deerfield 39.97 more dense than Mason. This development is just alone will add 1.5% to the density. So we need to cut down the density. So if we cut down the density, that will solve all the problems. We can extend the berm. If you take out the buildings 1 and 9, that will take out 20, I think each one is 11 units, if you take out 22 units, then that will bring down the density to recent levels like 11 units per acre, if you do the math, right? So if we cut down the density, if we take out building 1 and 9, then that will provide enough room to extend the berm all the way and move the pond to the south of the lot, and also the same kind of berm along the Thornberry. So that should take care of all the problems if you can cut down the density. And the developer has been saying that we cannot move the pond. Technically, it has to be there. But look at the proposal back in 2014. There was another developer came up with a similar kind of proposal. See where the pond is. It's not in the corner. It's right in the middle. So if it is not possible, if the topography is such a way that it has to be in the corner, how come the other developer could do with the pond in the middle of the lot? And even just few minutes ago, our engineer, he clearly said if the pond can be moved anywhere. It's engineered pond. It's not a natural pond. It's engineered. You are going to dig it up. While doing this development, there will be a lot of dirt moving around, so you can just put it anywhere you want. The only reason they don't want to move it just because they are going to lose the building. It's just the economic reason. Nothing technical, nothing engineering challenge. It's just they don't want to lose the building. That's the bottom line. So this is our request. So please extend the berm continuous all the way across. 9 feet berm plus 6 foot fence minimum. And the second is reduce the density by eliminating buildings 1 and 9. So, but those two are kind of related. If you take care of the second one, first one will be done pretty easily. That's all I had to say. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
All right, next person up is Padmaja Chandasetti.
Got it?
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Padmaja Chandasetti. I'm a resident of 6493 Grandstone Way, and I've been sworn in. I just moved maybe like 3 or 4 months ago from Cherry Brook community, which is one of the best communities to live in Mason. And I choose to move to Rosemont because I know it is one of the best communities to raise my kids. I am on Grandstone Way, and this development is directly impacting my decision to move for my kids. There are a lot of things that were said by my friends and all the people here, but I really want to bring your attention to some of the deviations that this plan has that somehow has been overlooked to approve this by the zoning committee. The first deviation is the mixed use density. There's so much density numbers, that 17 density DU per dwelling units per acre. It's probably wrong with the changes that they made, but it's still not 8 dwelling units per acreage as per the zoning resolution document. If you see the B under mixed use, if you see the section B, the maximum residential density is 8 dwelling units per acre, and that has been completely overlooked. I would like you to seriously take into that consideration, please. The next one is, as for the comprehensive plan, page 41, existing context. It clearly states that a mixed use, characteristic of a mixed use is it has to incorporate landscape buffer between the commercial and multifamily residential if that's what the builder wants to do. And it is in the writing, and it is the existing context. That is the context of the mixed use development, and that has been completely ignored. There's no buffering within the PUD. Like, there's no buffering that is where it is supposed to be between the apartments and the commercial as per the recommendation of the comprehensive plan. That has been completely overlooked. I'll go straight to the commercial development. When it comes to density, the planning, even all the numbers, they are taking into consideration the whole lot. That includes the commercial area, right? But when we are talking about the parking and all of that, they did address the residential, because we did raise that question last time. They were short, and then they did something, and they changed the plan, and they came to 2 parking lots as per the recommendation by zoning resolution. But the commercial development, it is still not addressed. I don't know why that is not being even talked about. But if you calculate, if I do the math right, this has been even presented in the other meetings, but if you do the math, with the approved businesses that might come into those, even Mr. Silverman said it could be a restaurant or a healthcare facility. Healthcare facility actually needs 300 parking spaces, okay? And I was conservative, and I took 1 parking space for 200 square feet of the commercial development. They are at 85 provided right now, and they are short of 35. I am not sure where they plan to do that. Are we going to allow developments to come in with such a shortage of parking, especially when you want people to come into those commercial facilities, when you want everything to be vibrant? There's no parking. Where are the people going to go? Nowhere. They're not going to come because they know that the roads are jam-packed. There's no parking anywhere around, and I really don't know why this has been just overlooked conveniently. This is the table that I used to kind of get the data for my for the previous slide, and as I said, from the parking spaces that are given in the document, the average comes out to be 1 parking space for 200 square foot development. And another one is, if I see the parking spaces, okay, this is again from, I believe, the zoning resolution document, 8.0.7b, landscaping screening and the landscaping islands in between the parking spaces. I don't know, again, this has been completely overlooked. I don't see enough landscaping islands. This is one of the things that Deerfield recommends, to keep that, even landscaping and screening is intended to soften the appearance of large expand of parking areas. You can read that, but it is recommending, it wants no more than 15 parking spaces shall be located continuously in a row. But if you can closely look at the parking spaces that they designed and they came up with, that's completely overlooked as well. We have a density crunch. Again, my calculation is probably based on a previous proposal, but it is not 8. It is not 8 dwelling units per acreage. It is still approved. This plan is not at 8 dwelling units per acre, still approved. Commercial parking, we are short of 35, still approved. Landscape buffers within the PUD, completely ignored, still approved. No enough landscaping in between the parking spaces still approved. I really want you to take a closer look at all these that are actually there in the zoning resolution document, that's there in the comprehensive plan. You know, if you want somebody to build something to the core values of Deerfield, they will have to follow all of these, right? That's the intent of the documentation that you guys worked hard to prepare. And you know, again, the data that they presented, as my friend Dilip mentioned and Srinikaranam Garu mentioned, it is all based on the data that is, you know, 96, 2005, COVID. Last 1.5 years, it brought everything upside down, right? You know, there's so much changes. People want single family because they don't want to be in closed areas where there may be more exposure. People are dying to buy homes right now in Mason, single family homes. There's a huge line for people who want to buy. You know, it's like everybody is working from home. They need more space. They have, you know, there is a chance that kids might be doing remote again, you know. Think about if people crammed in 1,200 or 1,500 square foot area. No, people want space. There is a huge market for single family homes. So I do not understand what is the need. You know, we cannot compare data from long back. We have to compare what is there, what is the requirement right now. That's all I have to say. I sincerely request the trustee board to give a serious consideration to the deviations that were allowed for this plan, and it was somehow approved. Thank you very much.
Next up is Anand Kanda.
Just take it out. Yes. There you go. You have a copy?
She has to make forms. No.
You want a map or anything up?
Just the plan.
Just the plan.
I'm Anand Kanda. I live at 6509 Grandstone Way. I've been sworn in. I'm part of the HOA board for Rosemont South, and I know a lot of our neighbors and colleagues have spoken about different things. You know, they presented a lot of data, but the core of the issue that the HOA board wanted to present was two items. One is reduced density, you know, from the existing net density of 17.1 to something closer to 11 or 10. And the second issue was to maintain the consistent barrier, you know, between the existing single-family homes and the future development. And these two items are interrelated. You know, when we say reduce the density, it goes hand in hand. You know, why are we worried about the density? You know, is because it ties up into our issue of the berm not being consistent. Okay, as a HOA board member and representing all the 100+ families, you know, that abut the property, we are very clear and consistent. You know, all we are asking for is two things: reduce the density and have a consistent barrier between the single-family homes, existing single-family homes, and the future development. And Mr. Silverman is a very good salesperson, and we have seen this in the zoning board meeting where his acquisition manager, you know, twisted the things. And you know, when we were very clearly saying that please move the retention pond, you know, they were consistently saying retention pond is a must. You know, we need to have it. Same thing they were trying to do today. You know, they were saying, I heard Mr. Silverman say, you know, there's no difference between having a 9-foot berm, you know, for most of the property and having a 6-feet privacy fence on top of it, compared to having a 6-feet berm and an 8-feet privacy fence on top of it, right next to the retention pond. So why don't we do the same thing? You know, why don't you put a 14-feet privacy fence?
Why can't we do it? It just doesn't make any sense. And Mr. Silverman was showing that his development, is having like 250 feet of buffer between the concrete structure, our buildings and their concrete structures, and he was showing how Glenn's was only 215 feet. Again, they're twisting facts here. There is no retention pond between our Rosemont South and Glenn's. And same thing again, they said about the retention pond. So those were the things that I wanted to mention. And we understand that the trustees, you have to make a decision keeping the greater good of the township in mind, but we also want you to make sure that whatever decision you make should be in the best interest of our neighborhood that is abutting the property. And please ensure that the 9 feet berm and the 6 feet privacy fence on top of it goes all the way from northwest of the property to the southwest of northeast to northwest, the whole perimeter, and like our other neighbors have mentioned, if you reduce density, all we have to do is get rid of building 1 and building 9, and that will address the berm. And like the speaker before me mentioned, the future commercial not having enough parking spaces. You cannot create land from thin air. Tomorrow when they come back to you and we raise the question of where is the parking for commercial, where are you going to get it from? We can address it today by reducing the density, where he'll have more land, to take care of future issues. With that, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Paul.
I have been sworn in. My name is Ann Ball. I live at 6863 Taylorsville Road. I am not in the community of Rosemont. I have been a resident of Deerfield Township all my life. My husband and I live on my family's farm, what's left of it, in a farmhouse that has been there for nearly 200 years. I'm going to talk about this from a little different perspective. Obviously, I've lived here all my life. Something's going to go on that piece of property. It probably will be this development. Most of you probably know that Mr. Lawson has passed away. Bonnie passed away a while ago. So the next piece of property that belongs to them will be here soon, I'm sure, talking about something going there. You have an opportunity to make Tylersville something different than what it currently is. And I know everybody thinks that Tylersville is a major thoroughfare, which it is. I live on it. I have to get in and out of it. I have lived there all my life. I was there in a 2-lane road. I didn't used to be able to see down to the intersection of Snyder Road or 42. With all the changes that have gone on, we now have light that comes at our property, and I have a 2-story home. And so I'm going to say to you, when you put the new lights and the new development, that's going to impact us. Again, we live there. We do have farm equipment that still comes in and out of our property. And we are one voice to many others. And I'm not saying the other issues aren't an issue. And what I'm going to say to you is not going to change it, but I want you to think about this. We have to get in and out of our property. Sometimes there's accidents and we can't get in and out of our driveway. So there's going to be another light. the timing of that light with the timing of the light that's at Butler Warren in Tylersville, and then the timing of the light that's down at Snyder will impact us. So I'm going to say, make a decision what you're going to do, but realize that another 200 cars or whatever doesn't seem much because you don't live there. And there could be more with whatever, but that timing does impact somebody. That light impacts somebody. The other thing is that commercial will impact us. And it bothers me that it's a different paradigm, and that's why you can't talk about what's going to be there, and the decision after you okay this commercial is going to be in phase 2. I've lived the PUD, across the road from us. It was all supposed to be one-story buildings. Guess what? After the PUD was approved, they put a 2-story bank down at the corner. Yes, that impacted us. It changed the line of sight that we had that was free before and would have been still free and clear, but they put a 2-story building down there. That's going to possibly happen here, depending on what the use is. I'm sorry, not having a plan with that commercial is going to look like, you have a better plan, an idea what's going to be there. If there's interest in it already, there already has to be some ability to say what those buildings are going to be. And I understand in previous meetings that they're going to be 1-story. I don't feel comfortable that once you approve this, that phase 2, something's not going to change it. Oh, we want to put such and such there, and it's going to be a 2-story building. And the lighting, it does impact us. It has changed. I mean, we can see the lighting for the signs that change. It's not just a light with a sign, whatever, down at Snyder Road. We can see that at night. So you have an opportunity with what you allow to be there and what's going to come next. And I have to say, the neighborhood, the PUD that's across from us, the neighborhood that was behind them, they fought it because there was going to be a 24-hour, there was going to be a restaurant and a bar there. That residential community didn't want that because they didn't want 24, hour, in traffic and all of that. Luckily, that's the one thing about that PUD. It's a type of offices that people are there like 8 to 5, whatever. Who knows? It's just more, but you've got the opportunity to change the impact and make Tylersville Road look not like Coleraine Avenue. And I know that most people think it already does, but you can change it. You can change it. And I understand all the things that the Rosemont residents are saying, and I would be upset with that myself. Something will go there, and when you own a piece of property, you do have the right to sell it. Believe me, I wish that I could say that my property will never be something else. But progress, as I'm told, is what it is. I wish it was what it was 60 years ago when it was farmed and my nearest neighbor was where the Lawson's property was, and that actually was my grandmother's family's property at one time. But it's going to change. And I appreciate your time, and but just realize there is a resident on Tylersville Road, and what you do on those properties impacts someone else too. Thank you so much.
Ms. Ball, 1 second. One second, if you could just walk back. I just wanted you to know we do have a new zone that we're introducing into our zoning code that protects property like yours for residents who feel the exact same way that you feel and they don't want their land turned into something down the road. So I'll have somebody from the township reach out to you directly, give you some more information about that, and that gives you a lot more freedom to protect your land. Now, if you'd like to
Thank
sell
you.
to me
I-
for a few bucks, I'll take the land and the cows, because I think your property's amazing, but I'll have somebody from the township reach out to you so you can hear more about this.
I appreciate that, and actually thank goodness there are things called ag districts, of which we're a part of, that also helps us, and I'll put in a little plug. That's another reason that we have to maintain CAUB as well, so that people can maintain their properties and have agriculture. And green space is not agriculture. Green space is not what everybody claims that it is. So, but I do appreciate that. Thank you so
Somebody
much.
reach out and teach you about that.
All right, the last thing I have is just a recall of Jeffrey Wu from earlier. I'm not sure if Jeffrey ever did show up.
I think he's gone for the day.
All right, that's the last name I have on the sheet.
Thank you to everyone who came up and spoke and stuff.
I think those are just slides that were used previously.
Oh, okay. Making sure we can get a stack. But I do want to thank you all for coming up and speaking. I know it's not always easy, and it's always you're spending your entire evening with us, which is, I'm sure there's things you would much rather have been doing on your Tuesday nights or your Monday nights that you spent coming to the zoning commission meetings. So I want to thank you very sincerely for that. With that said, would you guys like to invite the applicant to come up and address some of the things? Okay. If you mind.
Thank you. Let me just.
Right, you can lift that mic up to you.
Yeah. Sure. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
So, we've embarked on this process. January, February is when we submitted our original plan. And, we as a developer sincerely put our best foot forward in everything that we do. We have sincerely, throughout these proceedings and a couple meetings with the Rosemont South HOA outside of formal governmental proceedings, have listened to concerns and have made best efforts to address concerns. And there's several things that I heard tonight that I absolutely need to readdress, because as a developer, we have to stand up here and make sure all of our I's are dotted and all of our T's are crossed. And there's just some things that I think really need to be reiterated and driven home. There's a lot of conversation and dialogue tonight about the pond. The pond at the northwest corner of the site. This would be a pond. There's two types of detention, dry basins and wet basins. Most people prefer wet basins because it's an aesthetic amenity. They look nice. We typically aerate our ponds, so if you've ever noticed, say, for example, the pond in front of the Mercy Medical Office Building on Mason Montgomery Road, we own that pond. We put a big fountain there to keep the water flowing and to try to cut down on bugs and geese and everything else. So Long Cove is a great example. I mean, Long Cove is a pretty flat piece of ground, and a bunch of wet detention pond basins became a real amenity. I think it's really important to point out, I was looking at Google Earth on my phone before, I just want to make sure you're all aware that there are wet detention ponds in the Rosemont South subdivision. I don't think I have access to Google Earth on this laptop where I'd show you. But if you go to Google Earth and you look at the Rosemont South subdivision, there are detention ponds, and they are wet. They appear to be wet basins. So they're ponds, and many homes back right up to these ponds. Early on, first zoning commission meeting, we heard concerns about safety. We took those concerns very seriously. So I just want to reiterate that we have proposed or committed to a 6-foot privacy fence behind north of the pond, so to keep people out, so people can't accidentally stumble into the pond. And then it's a visual buffer between the neighbors to the north in this development. And then if you see here, there's a 45-degree angle that is in a northeasterly, southwesterly direction. That as well would be a 6-foot high privacy fence. Then when it gets down on our property, so heading south along our western property line, heading back east, south of the pond and back up this way, there we're proposing a 4-foot high fence. It's more of the type of safety fence that you would see around a swimming pool, which, you know, I think that's the whole reason that swimming pools are fenced in. We're proposing the same kind of fence there. So in terms of safety of a detention basin, I believe we've addressed that. I don't believe that the ponds in Rosemont South have safety fencing around them. Detention ponds, I mean, I've been doing this for quite a while now. I mean, detention ponds are necessary. The reason that we have ponds is so, as John touched on earlier, that the rate of stormwater leaving our site post-development is roughly equal to the amount that's leaving the site pre-development. The pond is here for folks that are downstream, for their benefit. I mean, that's why it's there. We have to hold water and meter, you know, the water leaving our site. Meter it in terms of just, you know, we have to let it leave our site at a certain rate. I think that's an important point to make. I'd like to explain the berm again that we're proposing behind the pond, because you know, I've listened to people speak this evening, and I'm not sure that there's, and maybe it's our fault for not explaining it well, but the visual impact and the buffering that the mound provides, this berm north of the pond is going to provide the same visual buffer. So here's kind of a cross-section of what we call the mound. This is the mound that traverses most of the northern property line. As mentioned earlier, the mound is 9 feet in height at the peak. It's 70 feet wide, and there's a 6-foot high privacy fence on top. So a 9-foot mound plus a 6-foot privacy fence, that's 15 feet. The top of the fence is 15 feet roughly from the elevation at our northern property line. There's a 3-to-1 slope here on the northern side of the mound. We're proposing plantings just to visually provide some visual screening from the privacy fence. So that's what we are calling the mound. Then if we flip forward a few slides, we can see what we're proposing north of the mound. So I'm sorry, north of the pond. So the mound that I just showed you the cross section of is here, and then it extends east-west along most of the site. But when you get to this last section of the property in the northwest corner, we simply don't have room to do the full mound. But we call it a berm. It's essentially half of a mound. And if you're standing once again at our northern property line, the visual impact with what we're proposing is within 1 foot. 1 foot of what we're proposing for the mound. So we've got a 3-to-1 slope. Looks very similar to the 3-to-1 slope here. That mound height, I believe, is about 6 feet. And then on top of that, we have an 8-foot high privacy fence to get to 14 feet. It's within approximately 1 foot. And once again, we're proposing to provide plantings on this northern face of this berm to provide the same kind of screening so people don't have to look at the privacy fence. I think the concern about light spillage from the headlights, I think John Del Verne did it with Bear Becker, and I just want to say Bear Becker's been in business for 60 years. This is a very reputable civil engineering firm. They're very, very good at what they do, and they've provided engineering for, you know, developments of all different sizes all throughout greater Cincinnati, northern Kentucky, and Indiana as well. So But, John gave the elevations from kind of the intersection of Fireside Drive, and we don't believe that light spillage is going to be any concern whatsoever for the residents north of here due to the grades, due to this berm, due to the fence on top of the berm. So I wanted to run through that again. I also, I heard concerns about traffic tonight, and I sometimes feel like when we address one issue, there's people that get up and stand up and go back to their original position. In other words, we heard a lot of feedback early on in the zoning commission meetings that the Rosemont South neighbors unequivocally did not want a connection point from this development to Thornberry Court. Here, let me move back. Okay, they did not want this connection point. They thought it would cause traffic in their subdivision, which, I think the only time somebody visiting a store here or living here would drive there would be maybe if they had a friend or family member that lived there. But that was a real concern. And so the Warren County Engineer's Office agreed to just allow this to be emergency access only. Gated access that a typical vehicle is not going to be able to get from this side of the gate to Thornberry Court. And then tonight, we hear people concerned that we only have one point of access. But so we heard the concerns loud and clear about this, and then tonight we hear, well, now we only have one point of access. So I mean, we're doing our best to solve issues, but then, I hear a lot of kind of people changing their positions. The same thing applies to school. There was a lot of commentary from concerned neighbors about the impacts that this would have to the school district. Concerns about Mason schools, it's getting crowded. So we provided facts that prove that our apartment communities in Deerfield Township are hardly adding any strain to the schools, but adding a significant amount of revenue for the schools. So in increasing the buffer and eliminating the townhomes, which were 3-bedroom units, those were the most likely to attract maybe school-age kids. We thought we were solving a couple issues. One, providing a much more robust buffer, and 2, getting rid of 70 bedrooms. And then tonight, we hear a lot about, well, there's not going to be any kids living here. But early on at the zoning commission meetings, that was a big part of what we heard was, oh, there's going to be all these, you're adding, 196 units, and there's going to be all these kids, and Mason schools are busting at the seams. So I wanted to point that out. I also want to make it clear, I think the board probably knows this, but I just want to make it clear to everybody here tonight, we were not the developer that proposed the plan back in 2014. I just want to make that unequivocally clear. I don't even know who the developer was. And I don't really think that plan's at all germane to anything we're discussing tonight, because in 2014, the Vision for 2035 land use plan wasn't even adopted. It wasn't adopted in 2014. So that developer, I'm not sure if there was a land use plan before that, but that developer either went in without any kind of guide, or went in with maybe with looking at the prior land use plan. But the Vision for 2035, which is the current land use plan, was not adopted until 2015. As a developer, we have an appreciation for how much time, effort, money communities spend on their comprehensive plan, on their land use plan. For us, that's our guide. I mean, staff takes it seriously, developers take it seriously, because that is our guide. That is our roadmap to guide us to make sure that we're presenting something that is consistent with the township's desires vis-a-vis their land use plan. And this plan is absolutely consistent with the land use plan. I think you have an excellent staff here. I think the staff report laid out many of the consistencies. We laid out many of the consistencies this evening. This plan has received support from the Warren County Regional Planning Commission, unanimous support from the Deerfield Township Zoning Commission, And every step of the way, every board that's reviewed this has felt strongly that this plan is in fact consistent with the land use plan. A couple other points I'd like to make. Somebody mentioned, showed a graphic or a site plan of the previous plan from 2014 and showed the pond. The pond was at the north, right on the northern property line in the 2014 plan. I mean, it was moved over a little bit, but generally in the same vicinity. I mean, it was there. It was maybe right here, instead of right here, but it was right on the northern property line. I mean, it wasn't down here. It was right up here. So I wanted to make that point. I want to correct some factual errors. Somebody made a comparison to the Grandstone, which was located on Wilkins Boulevard, and said something to the effect that cars could just drive right into somebody's living room. I mean, the fact is there's a retaining wall along the entire east face of the Grandstone on Wilkins Boulevard. So, I mean, I just, we always have to get up and state facts and be very careful of facts, and I want to point that out because it was just factually untrue. If you listen to that individual, you'd think that the Grandstone is on grade with Wilkins Boulevard. People can just drive their car right in. It's not. It sits above grade. It sits enough above grade that there's a fairly significant retaining wall there. So I just wanted to make that point. Somebody mentioned that during COVID there's no more demand for apartments. We have found that the reality is diametrically opposite of that. The demand that we've seen at One Deerfield, which opened last year, we are now 100% leased. I mean, the amount of applications that we have seen at One Deerfield over the last 6 months is astounding. It's better than anything we've seen during the best leasing months of a non-pandemic year. So while it simply wasn't a factual statement, there's a lot of demand for apartments. We see companies in the Deerfield Township area hiring all the time. We see people transferring in with jobs. At Honeywell and Telegrade, at P&G is doing a lot of hiring. So that simply was just not a true statement. I think the one last thing I want to point out is two last things. The green space. Once again, I want to reiterate, we have almost 40% green space, open space. Choose your terminology, but I mean, I'm sorry, that's the old plan. Let me go flip back to the newer plan. And one of the zoning commission members made the comment, they didn't think they'd ever seen a plan come through Deerfield Township with 40% open space. 40%. And which far exceeds the township requirement, and then 48% of that open space is active open space. So we have these huge green areas. These are not insignificant. I mean, these areas are 70, 80 feet wide. This buffer is very significant. There is a lot of open space within this proposed plan. And then lastly, I just want to talk about the density, because I think staff did a really good job with this slide. I don't think I can get it up here, but basically the township used to calculate density on a gross density basis, and then something changed, and now it's on a net density basis. I mean, basically, as far as the impact, it's exactly the same. So take Grandstone, for example. When Grandstone went through, the township was still looking at things on a gross density basis. Grandstone is 122 units on 5.4 acres. That's 22.59 units per acre. But now, if you look at it net density, it's 33 units an acre. So but the impact of the Grandstone didn't change. On paper, suddenly it went from 22 units an acre to 33 units an acre, but nothing changed. It's not generating more traffic now. It's numbers on a piece of paper. And you know, this proposal is half as dense as the Grandstone, and either way you look at it, whether you want to look at it on a gross density or net density, it's of a lower density than Deerfield Springs, District of Deerfield, Latitude, Grandstone, and it's comparable to Nantucket. So I mean, my contention is, and our contention is that it's really not very dense, and there's a lot of green space, and there's a very robust buffer. And you know, just when the township went from a gross density calculation to a net density, everything in the township got more dense. I mean, every community, every development got more dense, but that doesn't mean the impacts have been enhanced or are more severe now. So appreciate the additional time, and we're certainly here. I don't know if anyone else from our team wants to get up and say anything, but we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Can I have one 15 seconds for the HA board?
We're done, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Point of information. So in his statements, he impugned the character of some of the people who spoke.
Hey, sir.
Yep.
The public comment portion of it is done.
Okay, thank you very much.
But still,
No,
I think...
sir, if you're not going to comply, I'll have you escorted out. The public comment portion of this is done. You don't get an opportunity
This is not
to
for a
speak.
comment. This is not for a comment.
You don't, no, sir, no.
You need to
making a
listen.
comment right now.
You
Alright.
need to listen.
Sir?
We listened to all of you. We're listening to the developer. Now we're going to close public
If the
comment, and we're
developer
going
had
to
a
discuss
chance
the
to
cleanup.
say, if the developer has a chance to say,
Do I need to have you escorted out? This will be my last warning to you. Thank you.
Alright. So, do we need to make a motion to close public comment?
Yep.
Alright, so moved.
So you got a motion by Ms. Malhotra and a second by Mr. Siciliano. Thank you. You got a motion by Ms. Malhotra, a second by Mr. Siciliano to close the public comment portion of this. Ms. Malhotra?
Yes.
Ms. Head?
Yes.
Mr. Siciliano?
Yes.
All right.
Alright.
I may go ahead. You guys are free to watch during this portion, of the public comment portion of this is over. The whole concept of due process is allowing everyone an opportunity to speak. And then it also allows the opportunity for the applicant to get up and say anything and rebut anything that was said before that. Once that's done, you're allowed to participate by watching, but you're not allowed to participate by talking. So they'll deliberate publicly, and then they'll come to a decision. But this can't be a process where whatever they have to say, you all want to say yes, but this, that, or the other. I definitely get the propensity as a resident or an applicant to want to do that. But it's very important, and I'll be very insistent upon the fact that this is now their job to do without additional input from anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, do either of you want to start?
Well, I think that clearly zone changes are the most important thing that we do. This is a zone change. So you have to be willing to look at that map and think that, yes, I need to change the zone on this, and all of these reasons were compelling enough to do it. And there's a lot of compelling reasons, but is it enough? It doesn't line up with changing the color on the map for the zone. And that's really something we have to unpack because we have a lot of information here. But the one thing that I keep coming back to is growth management. This is what we all ran on, smart development. So I've driven up and down Tylersville a million times in the past decade. I can't tell you how many times since this case has been coming before zoning commission. There's houses, there's single family houses all up and down Tylersville. There's single family houses all up and down Mason Montgomery. Find a major road without single family on there and then explain to me why this can't be single family. I think the zone's correct. I think the zone is correct. This plan doesn't work for me for a lot of reasons. This plan is very confused. There's not transition here, there's commercial here, and then there's very high density apartment buildings. And for me, even knowing that Silverman's products are amazing, and my 10-year will run away from home right now to go live in his apartments. They are classy. They're brilliant. This is not the right spot for this development, in my opinion. So I'm going to stand with the zone is the right zone. Single family is absolutely the most impossible thing to get in our zip code. If you build it, they will come. And that's not to take away from anything that Mr. Silverman has done at his other locations. Nothing. Separate the two. Is this still in the right zone right now?
Throughout all this time, looking at all the different versions and proposals and everything, that was not something that I had considered about keeping it as a single family. My biggest concerns are, well, it's like it's been mentioned several times before. Something's going to be there. What is the smartest thing for us to focus on? And the thing that keeps coming back to me is when I'm taking notes and I hear it seems like it's so close that this development can be successful. But there would like to be there needs to be a little bit more movement, and I know that there's been a great deal of compromise, and I respect that and I appreciate that. That means a lot to me when I'm trying to think about some of these issues with compromise from the residents, compromise from the developers and their plans and how this has changed several times. So when I looked at it, my thinking wasn't from the standpoint of single family. My view of this was, what can we do to consider all of those houses at the top? And if that means that we need to consider extending that mound and sliding the retention pond down, the possibility of doing that. I understand that might impact building one in this case. That has the possibility of lowering some of the density, which is something that some of the residents have mentioned. It has an impact on any possibility of light pollution that can come in, whether it's realized or not. That has an opportunity to impact those specific houses behind the retention pond. And then if we provide more of that sort of barrier between the families, the residences in the north, and the retention pond, and that can also alleviate some of the concerns in terms of safety and I appreciate the fencing that goes around. I know that goes a long way, but being able to have that barrier as well could alleviate that. So to me, it seems like that if we can evaluate just a little bit more of that, it would alleviate a lot of the concerns from a number of the residents. And then another thing that was mentioned is this property next to it is going to be developed as well. And if we can again include sort of that barrier up at the top, that berm at the top, that provides some of the consistency into possible future development, whether that's a single family, whether that's another mixed use density. So when I look at this, I think that it could be a successful development all around with a little bit of those tweaks.
So why do you think single family can't work there?
I'm not saying that it can't. I think some of my concern is as you have going, east down Taylorsville, you've got doctors' offices, you've got some of that commercial, and then you've got the agriculture area that will be developed in the future.
So we were just talking about her not developing her land.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
as we go further down, that's true. As we go, and I get that. I understand. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Like I was not thinking from in any capacity of single family and being necessarily successful on Tyler on that area. That was not a consideration. From my standpoint, I was focused more on how can we make this work for everybody.
But this is the first go around, right? And so I just want you to really understand that when you make, this is your first zone case, right? Your zoning case? Yeah. Like when you change the color, it's permanent, and you need to really understand why you're doing that. And an example would be the golf center. The first proposal was 200 and some multifamily homes back there. We were told single family could never go back there, could never work. There's single family homes back there right now. They went like this with power lines through them and everything else. So this is a first go around. It doesn't mean it's even something you have to really work with. But you have to be absolutely committed that if you're going to say, yeah, we should change the zone.
So our job as trustees, considering the zone change, is not to think of alternate solutions. It's to evaluate, is the zone that's on it now the highest and best use in alignment with our comprehensive plan, in alignment with what's around it, in alignment with what's best for the entire township, or is this new zone? Not, is there another zone that could be better, because that's not on the table right now. So, because it kind of sounded like you were venturing off into like a little bit of like a, and I don't know if that's what you were doing.
I don't know what you're reading right now, to be honest with you. So
okay,
I have no idea what you're saying.
You're giving me a look. So I'm just, it sounded like you were kind of trying to like sit here and pontificate about what else we could put there.
No, I asked him, is he comfortable changing the zone? That's what I asked him. Are you comfortable doing that? And that you don't have to figure out what the next step is. You're deciding right now.
That's what I was trying to say. You don't have to figure out what comes next.
Right.
Yeah, that's not our thing to do. Okay. So, just to get some of my initial thoughts out. The retention, I'm hearing that we could strike a compromise if we extend the berm and we move the retention pond. But then I'm also hearing that, single family is really like what you guys want. You're going to be compromising. It's going to be kind of a letdown, but just to get it that way, which that's not what we want for anyone. I'm uncomfortable with the commercial out front that we don't really know what it's going to be at this point. And I see like the Common Beer Company, which is right there, which is closed and has been empty for a while, and would be a great place for another restaurant to pop in and hasn't done so yet. And so it makes me uncomfortable at this point, especially hearing what you guys are saying. And when they said they didn't know exactly what kind of commercial going in there, I'm not comfortable with approving something if I'm not going to know what's going in there at this point. I thought we had a better, clearer kind of idea of what was going to go in there. So I appreciate everything that everyone has done and everyone has brought to the table and talked about. I hear what you're saying about if we build the multifamily, they will come. But I also see what's in our comprehensive plan, where we said that it should be a step down from business down to, because that's already is along Tylersville Road. So this is tricky, and I guess I'm not making much sense. I'm not steering us in a direction either way here right now. I'm just kind of just part of the discussion to try and continue the discussion without me making a decision myself right now.
Well, the character area is a recommendation. It's not set in stone, it's fluid, it's a character area. And saying no to this doesn't mean no always. It means this isn't the right plan for the density, for the retail aspect, for the transition. There's a lot of reasons that this isn't the right plan. So you stick with where you're at and see what comes back. Read forward. Maybe it's Silverman, maybe it's somebody else. But the character area is the recommendation. The zone is permanent.
But whatever zone you put in there, by how our zoning code is written, has to agree with the character area. We can't go put in some kind of factory there because it's not.
No, I mean, I'm just saying
we have to agree with our comprehensive plan in terms of character area and appropriate access there.
Right.
Yeah.
But of course, but I'm saying we don't have to do something right now just because of the character area recommendation and the first plan that's come before us. We have so little land to develop in Deerfield Township. We have so little land left. And we all ran on smart growth, smart development. We all did. So if you do think this is the smartest thing, then do it. I don't think with as little land as we have left that this is the smartest use of that land. It doesn't make sense there. When I think of One Deerfield and the Grandstone, you park there, you walk everywhere. You don't have to get your car out all weekend if you don't want to. You can walk to the gym, you can walk get groceries, you can go to the movies, you can walk to the bar, you can walk whatever. That's not the place for this high-end apartment complex that has some retail in the front. It just isn't. In my opinion, it just isn't. When you want to park your car when you've had your apartment, it is literally so you can walk anywhere and not have to get it in and out, in and out, in and out. It's not anything against the apartment dwellers. Raise your hand if you've ever lived in an apartment. Right? I mean, so with as little land as we have, and this plan is not a home run for anybody here, and it's zoned the way it's been zoned for years for a reason, and the past has already turned down a different, years ago, a different use. We haven't found the right thing yet. The right thing has not come forward. And this is going to set precedent for the remaining land that we have left, which is so little. So smart growth for me is to say this is not it. That high dense apartment complex, no matter how beautiful, doesn't fit there. It doesn't. There's nobody going to park there and walk to the chiropractor on the corner. Or the insurance company, or the alterations. That's what's over there. I mean, I've driven over there a million times. But if you drive a little further down, there's homes all the way against Tylersville, a beautiful berm. Like, there is homes all up and down Tylersville. When was the last time you were on Tylersville? I know it's on your opposite side of your town.
A couple days ago.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. This morning. Yeah. So if you wanted to move this along, I'm a no on this, and I know we'll see a better plan come down the pike. Good.
I'm still. I can see both sides. And I appreciate the work that Trustee Reynolds has put into this. It is tough. you know, because with looking at residents who are, you know, have different thoughts for this area, have different ideas, and that's why we have this job, is because of the residents. And so we need to do what is best for them, best for everyone in township. And it's, you know, this decision is it's more than those houses there, but those houses there are pretty important. So that's why it's difficult for me to be able to say this is what we're going to do.
Well, so Trustee Heading's a no. I will say that the only way I would vote yes on this is if we extended that berm and that retention pond move. So that would be a condition that we would add to the PUD, and that's the only way that I would say yes to this proposal.
You still don't have your retail component figured out.
That's another question.
I mean, the retail does come with our Trustee Heading. Can I speak? I am speaking. Thank you. So the commercial component, well, we don't have it figured out. You know, the first phase is the apartments. You know, getting that, and then our trust or zoning commission, we appoint them to approve the commercial, and I trust them to make wise decisions there. And that's their job to do as the zoning department. So, you already voted no. So I'm talking to Trustee Siciliano here to let him know that if that's the way he wanted to go, whichever way he wants to go on this, but I would only do it by adding conditions that we extend the berm all the way across and keep it consistent, move the retention pond at the expense of if we have to move the building and reconfigure the development. And if that's too big of a change, if we need to come back and redo this after those changes, if that's too big, because I don't know, because that changes that picture completely up there, then I don't know if we can approve this or not on that.
You're asking if they were to basically
So if I were
further
to say,
modify it, we have
if
to
I
come
were
back
to
and have
put
another hearing.
the condition on there that they move the berm all the way across and they have to move the retention pond, and then that causes them to have to say reconfigure how the buildings are set up. Do they have to come back through the process, or is that something that comes through in phase?
I would probably say that's, I mean, we kind of went through this once before, would that be the equivalent of a major modification of a PUD if this were an existing PUD? If you want to put on a condition that says the mound's got to go the whole length of the north side of the property, and just put that there, they're going to need to scramble to figure out, can they make that work somehow? Presumably in doing that, they'd have to look at changing different areas on the property's use areas, which is one of the standards, is defining the uses permitted within the PD, the general location of such uses, things of that nature. So if they had to basically rework their site plan, presumably so, to where maybe building 1, building 3 needs change, whatever it would be, then yeah, I would think that would, regrettably and unfortunately, but probably be something that would be tantamount to a major PUD, to which it would be the equivalent of the maybe.
Well,
hold on, Eric's got a concern, but let's just have it.
So, I mean, if it's listed as a condition to extend the mound and move the pond to the south, they couldn't bring that visual back. I mean, if the density remains the same with decreases.
They could bring it back. They certainly can bring it back.
I'm saying without walking all the way back.
No, they don't have to go all the way through, but I do think that you would need to come back to this board
That I agree
with public notice, and you need the public to be able to provide comment.
I think what
you don't need to go back
was back through entire process.
Oh, no, sorry, if that's how I misspoke. That's not what I mean, but I do think that it's tantamount to.
They would bring that revised plan back to this board based on the additional conditions which you would apply to the plan before you receive it.
You get to set the rules. I mean, if you want to send it back to zoning commission, if you want to go to RPC, you can. There's no rule for that, but it would be the equivalent of a major PUD modification to where, at a minimum, I certainly, for due process purposes, would think that you'd want to send out those revised plans. You want to allow the neighbors to provide input as well. You can come back and do that before this board. That's what I'm getting at.
I agree. So I think to summarize, there are currently 18 conditions. Any other conditions you put on, they would have to bring back with a visual showing what those conditions are.
To the extent that it modifies the use areas of the thing. That's literally what you're spelling out tonight. Presumably, if you say, buffer's got to be all there, obviously the retention area is going to move. That by itself would probably be grounds for it. Maybe not, but if you're talking holistically of rearranging buildings, things of that nature, that's, you're getting pretty close to wanting to do another hearing.
In that case.
If I can throw out a couple concepts, you're kind of doing two things here tonight, not kind of literally. You're doing a rezoning of the property, and you're also, to the extent you get past the rezoning phase, then you're choosing whether or not to put the preliminary PUD plan. It sounds like Trustee Petting is obviously saying, no, I think that it should remain residential single family. That might be a good thing for you to get through first in your mind's eye, is do you agree with that or do you not? If you can get past the concept of, no, I think it could be, neighborhood mixed, then you start getting into the preliminary PUD plan components to that. And then you start thinking of the concept of, do we see if we can extend the buffer or not? Those different type things. The further thing I will say is, at least as to the commercial component, is this is the preliminary PUD plan. And the zoning code lays out what's to be specified. Like it or not, that's just kind of how the process works and it's been that way all along Deerfield Center areas. Unfortunately, they don't typically know what their commercial development is. At this time, it's very user specific at the end. So I would be uncomfortable with you all turning approval of their preliminary PUD plan down if it were, let's just say for argument's sake, exclusively on the basis of I don't know what that commercial will be because the code doesn't make them tell you now what that commercial will be. But I just wanted to kind of get those out there. But for framing it, you should understand that think through step one would be, are you comfortable with rezoning it? If the answer to that is no, then that kind of ends your game. If you're conceptually willing to think about rezoning it, then that's when you should start thinking about kind of the preliminary PUD plan, what additional conditions you might want to put on it, et cetera, And that's then when you might get into the concept of, well, shoot, how much are we re-engineering this to where we need to come back or not? Just some kind of guiding points for along the way.
So there's a lot of plans that can come back with single family with the character areas still on it that involve single family. But there's so many ways that property can go, it can be developed. You don't have to be in love with the first ones that you can tell you're not in love with the.
I mean, to be fair, we can rezone it neighborhood business and also get single family houses in there with also a business component to it along Tyler's Village. I know you say we have single family, I've been looking at how the rest of Tylersville is developed. Just for a consistency's sake and for what else is there, I think it does make sense to have some kind of business up on front.
Yeah, do you know the, on Montgomery Road, what is it called? Vintage Club. Do you know Vintage Club? There's a hospital, like outpatient in the front. There's a yoga studio or Pilates or something in the front. You drive down the driveway, you see their clubhouse. They've got one apartment building here, beautiful houses, townhomes. There's transition, there's diversity in housing. They've got business in the front. It's right off one of the busiest streets. There's uses for this land that can be to a higher purpose than the apartment complex with some retail in the front. I just think we have to understand that saying no to this doesn't mean saying no forever to anything that could come before us, and it has to be straight single family. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this plan right now is not the right plan for that property. Do you know that plot I'm talking about? Like if you go past Harper Station and it's on your left, there's a medical building, there's a...
Is that new? Did they just build?
It's a few years ago. Yeah. But that's like a diverse housing
I don't know if I've ever driven back through
It's
it
not
though.
quite
property,
yeah.
but why they have really whatever in the front of it. But it's still a community, it's still a neighborhood, it's still got all kinds of housing stock. So there's a lot you can do with single family still if it stays single family. It's once you rezone it, you're, you know, a little bit of a pickle.
So what you're saying, just looking at, you would still put businesses, so to speak, in the front and then work your way back, or include single family. So what?
Because this property is going to eventually become something bigger. Whoever develops the next portion, so whatever you say now is going to set precedent for whatever you say there.
So anything. I know I said that we can. It's not our job to think of alternates.
Right. He's not done this before. I'm just trying to talk him through. Like, we're not. Yeah. Did you have something more to say?
No.
Okay. So, but I mean, to your point, to reduce the density, we could do something for our step down that we've got in our comprehensive plan. We could do something like commercial down to like say townhomes down to single family homes.
Well, in the updated comp plan, you guys, do you remember, it has actual lines like that. There's single family, there's multifamily, there's commercial. It's just that we're behind on that because of COVID. So they're not wrong with saying, hey, here's the character area and here's this. They don't change. They won't change when it comes back out. But it's very specific that there's single family in the mix, and there's multifamily, and then there's retail.
Yeah. Because I think that kind of touched on the original draft of this that included the town as more of that step down, and that was one of the points that the residents that did not want was to have on the town. So my question now and thinking about that is, where does all that fit? If you have
we can't do that.
steps down, I know, but I mean, looking at like in my mind, how would that even fit, and then still fit in with neighborhoods? Or neighborhoods are easier to.
You don't have a lot of land left. You might just really consider that part of it. It's a huge deal. And we don't have a lot left, so we're not in love with this. Somebody else is going to come back with a plan, not them. This isn't going to have to get them to explain to really significant conflict.
No. Without I assume it's for me. But after our discussion tonight, I think what I'm hearing everyone say is that none of us are in love with this. So therefore, it's maybe not the highest and best use of this land. And in our job is figuring out what is the highest and best use and what is the best vision for this property. We keep it as it is for now, and we let someone else come back. How do you feel about that? And it could even be Silverman comes back to us, they come back with something else. Because I love One Deerfield, I mean, it's fantastic.
Everybody speak up a little, we can't hear you.
We can't hear a thing. Yeah, I mean, like Trustee Mel just said,
Still can't hear.
Speak a lot louder.
I'm not in love with this. And I know that the residents are not in love with this either, which is it is important for me to hear. So yes, at this point, I don't agree with this specific. I think that we would have to make some big changes to this. And I do wonder if maybe reduce it and see what comes from it.
I mean, it did happen at the golf center. Trustee Heading's not wrong. He turned it down, and they came back, and it was a better plan. They said it couldn't be done, and it was done.
Yeah,
and they sold out and
yeah,
like that. So, you convinced me. Take a little bit. I think with that, I will make the motion to deny the zone change. A second.
You've got a motion by Ms. Malhotra and a second by Ms. Heading to deny the zone change in case number 2021-85. Ms. Malhotra?
Yes.
Ms. Heading?
Yes.
Mr. Siciliano?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Yeah, so we just have, I think the only thing we've got left is discussion.
Thank you very much.
All right, with that, I will be adjourned.
A second.
You've got a motion by Ms. Malhotra, a second was by Mr. Siciliano to adjourn at 12.
Yes.
Mr. Siciliano?
Yes.